and Jorge Aguilar.
Wonderful. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if I can ask you to turn off your video so that our board members are on the screen. That'll allow Member Pritchett to participate.
Item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read by Student Board Member Lydia Ingolson.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, Government Affairs Channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse. Today's meeting will air Monday, May 25th at noon and Tuesday, May 26th at 9 o'clock a.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv.
Student Board Member Olson. Before we get into item 4.3, our stellar student recognition, I want to just take a moment to once again share that this evening, as you can see, we are conducting our board meeting via Zoom, given the guidelines around social distancing and our efforts to keep our staff safe. We're grateful to everyone who is tuning in or will view this board meeting after this evening's recording, and just ask you to be patient as we are doing our best to ensure that we're efficient and can make our public, our community, our parents and students' voices heard in public comment. We have had a few technical difficulties along the way. We're hoping that we address those from the last board meeting, but should we find ourselves with some technical difficulties this evening, we hope that you'll be patient in light of these extraordinary circumstances.
And Member Ryan, I don't see Member Pritchett, so I will text her as well.
Attendance, it looks like one might have dropped off. We hope that Board Member Pritchett will be able to rejoin us. We did have members of the public ask if all of our board was participating in the last Zoom conference call, and I do want to share that on occasion you won't see all of us because there are too many individuals participating to be present on your screen, but we are all here this evening and grateful for an opportunity to continue to do this very difficult work. 4.3 is our stellar student recognition. This night, we will be recognizing Luca Orlando from CK McClatchy High School, and I know that Board Member Morawski will be leading this student recognition.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Luca, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah, no problem.
So it's my great honor to welcome to our meeting Luca Orlando, a young man who has accomplished quite a bit in his young life. And if you don't know his name yet, you soon will. Luca is part of the graduating class of 2020 at McClatchy High and is already a star in his own right, as well as a rising star in the swimming world. So we'd be here all night if I listed all of his accomplishments. So I'm just going to give you a couple highlights. Over the last several years, Luca has just obliterated record after record locally and well beyond, winning a number of gold medals, individual and relay, national and international swim competitions. Named to the national swim team at the age of 16 for his 200-meter butterfly time. And co-captain last year by USA Swimming at the World Junior Championships in Hungary, where he also took home a number of gold medals. And this is really exciting. Luca ranked number 3 in the world last year in the 200-meter butterfly and number 1 among all American swimmers. And I understand, Luca, you broke Michael Phelps' national age group record with that 1 minute.
Yes, I did.
53.84 seconds. I'm sure that's burned into your brain. All this while maintaining a 3.6 GPA to end his academic career at McClatchy, recognized as American and All-American and Academic All-American for all 3 years he's been with us at McClatchy. So Luca, I understand your senior project, which you did earlier this year because you've graduated early to focus on Olympic training. I understand that was a dry land training program for your fellow teammates.
Yes, it was. It was aimed at just like basic swimmer training that they can do outside the water.
I'm sure they're missing being part of that this spring. I understand that was part of the plan. So, well, thank you for everything you've done for your teammates. I understand you were favored in Olympic trials, and you were concentrating on that, and you've had a couple hiccups this year on your own, and obviously with COVID. You want to just catch us up and tell us what's next?
Well, obviously going to University of Georgia this fall, continuing my training, and
Congratulations.
Thank you. And then hopefully making the Olympic team next year.
Awesome. And you had a little setback this with a shoulder dislocation this year, huh?
Yes, but it's back to normal and 100%.
Wonderful. We're so glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to share with us tonight?
No, I'd just like to thank you guys for giving me this award. I really appreciate it.
I'm sure it'll look good next to all your gold medals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. And if you want to learn more about Luca and his amazing career he's had so far, there's a lot written online, including a great New York Times article. And just pull up the 200-meter butterfly from 2019. Where was that?
Clovis Pro.
Yeah, Clovis in June or July of 2019.
Yeah, June.
Is it June?
Yes.
It's really something to see. You're really an inspiration to all of us, Luca, and I know you'll continue to make us proud, and we'll continue to root for you. So thanks again.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yay, Luca. I don't know, that resume was pretty impressive, but I have to say, beating Michael Phelps' record, that is insane. That's incredible. We're so excited to get to cheer you on as you continue through your career. And Luca, we hope that you'll continue to be Sacramento proud no matter where you go in the world on your next adventures.
Oh, I am. Thank you.
Item 5.0, which is announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, one announcement out of closed session. The board, by a unanimous 7-0 vote, approved a special education final settlement agreement in OH case number 2020-030-789. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor, showing of their hands? Wonderful. So as we move into item 7.0, our special presentation, again, I just want to thank everyone for your patience as we take our board meeting to this virtual setting. We're going to do our best to be efficient as we try this new way of conducting our board meetings and look forward to a time when we can all be together in person again. As you know, coronavirus has been the focus of most of our time and energy, as it is for much of the country and world right now. Item 7.1 is a special board presentation, which is a coronavirus response update. You'll recall that we have asked that this be a standing item in the coming weeks and months as we adapt to this challenge at hand. Tonight's presentation will be conducted by Christine Beta, Vincent Harris, Victoria Flores, Diana Flores, Doug Hoosier, Jennifer Kreshman, and Chad Schweitzer.
And President Ryan, I do want to echo the appreciation from our community, given that this is all being done virtually. There actually are going to be a few more staff members. I do want to try to see if we can manage, as we get better at this virtual space, that as our speakers speak, you turn on the video, and if you're going off, then you turn off the video so that our board can appear on the image on the screen itself, so that we can also see who might have questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. And before we begin our presentation this evening, we have 30 minutes for this item. This will be staff presentation and then board member questions. We're going to attempt this evening to have each of our board members ask 2 questions. We'll go around per board member that is interested in asking questions. And if we have time remaining, then circle back to board members to ensure that all board member voices are heard this evening. Vincent, will you be beginning now?
Sure. Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement, and I'll be joined by several members of our team in taking us through our update on COVID-19 response. If we go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the presentation itself, we'll start off grounding everyone in the current reality, which of course most folks are familiar with. We'll talk about some of the data metrics that have been emerging for us, but equally important, we'll talk a lot about the work within the system right now, specifically as it relates to the key topics outlined here in terms of distance learning, engagement strategies with students, updates in terms of one of the metrics we featured last time, which we'll feature again tonight, the unreachable students, and then give an update on graduations upcoming in terms of them being virtual, and then talk about employee safety procedures, and then our school reopening process as it's starting initially. We go to the next slide. Well, in terms of the data around COVID-19, certainly it's sobering as we think about it in terms of the state of California and in our local context for Sacramento County. And as we think about, the nature of school within this context, we definitely are oriented and grounded in realizing that we're dealing with a major pandemic and making sure that our work makes safety a priority for everyone. We've listed things that we've all been reminded of, which remain really important at this point in terms of stopping the spread of the virus. And then finally, as everyone knows, Sacramento County is moving into early stage 2, but that also means we're going to remain in distance learning, at least in the short-term period. We take the next slide, please. So we discussed last time that our work as staff has been to really think about and consider what are the things that are most important for us to understand and to measure at this moment. And so within the context of doing schooling since March 13th, we really have spent time looking at some of our traditional metrics, but more importantly, trying to understand and unpack what are the implications for the system as we implement distance learning, as we think about safety for our staff, and as we think about the impact overall to our students and their families. And so we have a broad range of metrics, some of which are traditional in terms of college going and graduation, and then some transactional metrics as it relates to our operations. But a lot of our focus has been on this notion of engagement. What does it mean for our students? What does it mean for our staff? What does it mean with our families? We take the next slide, please. And so with that, I'll transition to our academic team who'll walk you through really some of the emerging work with our distance learning.
Good evening, Board President Ryan and other esteemed board members. Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Kimberly Mackey, and I'm one of the instructional assistant superintendents. What we wanted to share with you this evening was that at our launch of distance learning, what we really wanted to focus on with our teachers are the essential standards. Our C&I team, curriculum and instruction, worked really hard to dig into the standards and pull those essential standards out, which are those content standards, which are to be secured by the end of each grade level. With the launch of distance learning and ongoing, we do have teacher expectations. And so we have our teachers collecting the data around student engagement. And so currently what that is the number or percentage of students that are logging in regularly in the distance learning space. Currently, what is being taught in the distance learning space, it does vary by site. As you know, at the closure of March 13th, our sites were tasked with figuring out where the learning left off and then create a path forward for teachers to be able to say, okay, here are the essential standards that we're going to teach. Again, it still varies by site. And so we're really trying to figure out a way to be able to ascertain what's actually being taught across our district. That would also apply to how teachers are currently assessing students. We know with our administrative regulation 5121, teachers have the ability to determine how students are graded. As such, what we've discovered is that some teachers in this virtual learning space, as it is an adjustment for all, some are using rubrics, some are counting the engagement, the number of times that students engage, the number of completed assignments, the quality of those assignments. But again, there is no standardized way at this time. And so currently, there's a team working on a more robust definition of what engagement looks like, as you heard Mr. Harris referred to. We really need to define what engagement is so that we can be able to have more solid metrics and figure out, again, what our students are learning, how they're being assessed, and what engagement really means to our staff and to our students. And now I'll turn this section over to my counterpart, to Moa.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. I would like to provide an update to our Sac City Kids Connect Internet Access Program. First, many thank you to the Board of Education and Superintendent for obtaining this extremely valuable program for our students and families in need of Wi-Fi. This past week, all principals have been working to gather the information needed for students who are still in need of internet access. In addition, our district website also has a link for parents to fill out a web form submission in the event they are interested in receiving more information about our Sac City Kids Connect program. For those watching, they can obtain that form and fill it out at www.scusd.edu/kids-connect. Currently, we've received over 1,600 students and families who have expressed an interest in getting more information so that they too can obtain internet. We are now in the process of determining family eligibility. We will then contact our eligible families with a unique code provided by Comcast Internet Essentials. Families will then be instructed to apply for the program with the unique code by dialing 1-855-8 Internet. We hope to have codes to our qualifying families by next week.
So if we go to the next slide. So ultimately, as we think about the ways in which we're looking and seeing the system, there's a broad array of metrics here. What I really will say, what it boils down to in a very real sense, is that we're trying to measure how are students doing and how are they performing. But equally important, we're trying to measure, is the system working? And so that's the broad theme of what all these metrics help us drive. And so as you look at the framing of the metrics here, you'll see that some say in development, and those are actually going to be points of emphasis in our conversation with you this evening to give you a greater sense of how we're taking things in terms of engagement, how we're looking at things in terms of social emotional particularly, and driving deeper, whether it's in the context of building greater communication tools with our students, or actually, as you'll hear with the work of our unreachable students, really hearing how the system has responded in seeing the initial unreachable number, and you'll see a pretty dramatic decrease in that number based on system work that's taking place. If we go to the next slide.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
I just want to interject real quickly. Again, just our apologies because I thought I interjected right after Ms. Mula's presentation. I did want to just thank Ms. Mula for leading this cross-departmental effort with a number of other departments. We were very specific as we were building this partnership with the city of Sacramento and Comcast that because we have access to information about our families, that we certainly would respect the privacy around FERPA, but we felt very committed to the idea that when we had access to information that a student was eligible, a family was eligible for a variety of reasons to access some of these codes and have 6 months of internet access, that part of the process would not require that, say, a low-income family then have to prove to Xfinity that they were low-income and have to go through the burden of having to do that. Again, I think that would be very disrespectful to our families. And so I want to just thank all the staff that made it possible to access and be able to provide information in such a way that it's very seamless, so that all we're doing is verifying that a student is eligible, and all Comcast will do is verify that a family lives in a household that is served by Xfinity, rather than have a family go through the process of an entire application. That sounds easy, but it is always much more difficult to put that in place. And a number of our team members, again led by Ms. Mua, managed to make that possible. So I'm grateful and hope that our families will be able to have access very soon here.
And so this next slide basically just gives you a sense, kind of the superintendent's point about, as we think about our current reality, what are the new things that have emerged for us to measure? And so some of those things we've actually started work against. And you'll see on this slide, we're just calling out the fact that, there's things that we're going to get deeper in over the next actually week or so, where we'll actually be able to report actual numbers in terms of our students and our families and our staff. First being, of course, in the engagement realm. And then also looking, as we just spoke to, this notion of being able to identify students without internet access. And then finally thinking about the implications as we look at the change in status in free and reduced meal status for our families. And so these are emerging metrics that we'll be looking to report on before the end of the school year. Go to the next slide.
Mr. Harris, just very quickly on that last metric, very quickly, we are very interested, board members, in understanding more specifically the effects of this pandemic on our students. And so we are looking to understand how many of our families have now become eligible for a variety of services like free internet, for example, or CalFresh or Medi-Cal. And so that is the idea of us having a better understanding of the impact on our community that this pandemic has had. And that's the reason, if you go back one, Mr. Flores, that's the reason why we have also incorporated the last metric. If you can go back one slide, the number of families that with a change of status to free or reduced lunch since March 1st.
All right. Good evening. I'm Doug Husher, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. At the last board meeting, we did share the need to frequently check in on our students during this time. As reported by CNN this week, many students have seen double-digit drops in reported child abuse over the last month. Many states have. And some of these states, like Massachusetts, have seen as big of a drop as 55%. California was one of the states that did have double-digit drop, by the way. This is not good. During closure, our kids don't have the same check-in opportunities with personnel like bus drivers, kitchen staff, office managers, yard supervisors, teachers, student support staff, principals, and other adults they would see during a typical day. When you think about it, on any given day, a student might see as many as a dozen different adults where they have interactions with them. So kids are missing these adult check-ins, and child welfare advocates are worried. At the May 7th board meeting, we shared with you our daily engagement survey. This survey helps us see our students even during closure. Through the daily engagement survey, we've learned about students' technology needs, their food needs, their mental health needs, and just their general wellness. So tonight, we're happy to to unveil another way that we're able to see our students during this time. We're calling this new modality the SEL check-in. We will collect information from the SEL check-in and directly link it to our school closure dashboard. We will get both a big picture sense of patterns and trends across the district, as well as individual student needs on the ground level. We will link appropriate support to each student that does share a need. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Maisie Lee, who will share a little more information about the SEL check-in. Maisie, are you there?
Yes, it works to be unmuted. Thank you. I do that about 4 or 5 times a day. I apologize for that. Good evening. I hope you're all doing well tonight. Social emotional learning is critical to the climate health of any school system. During non-crisis time, SEL is fundamental to how our students access learning and how teachers cultivate positive relationships and community building. In times of crisis, such as where we find ourselves at the moment, SEL is not only fundamental to distance learning, it's essential to surviving and thriving daily. Without the necessary tools to manage stress and anxiety and the sense of isolation that some have felt during social distancing, it's extremely difficult to navigate through this crisis. It's with this in mind that a cross-departmental team consisting of myself, staff from attendance, student support services, IT, school continuous improvement, IASs, and communications came together to collaborate on this tool in order to check in and to see what additional social emotional learning supports our students may need as we close out the year. So what is in the survey? This is a very short 4-item survey, again, aiming to gauge the social and emotional well-being of our students at the moment. The following questions are, how have you been feeling? How are you managing your emotions? I have at least one adult that I can go to for help or support when needed. And I have at least one friend or peer that I can go to for help or support when needed. Also embedded in the survey are crisis numbers or hotlines and the link to the district's virtual calming room, which provide immediate access to supports should students and families need them right away. The data collected will be used to inform where to deploy appropriate targeted supports to individuals, small groups of students, and to provide universal SEL supports to all students. The data will also be included in the distance learning dashboard and used to inform planning for school reentry. Starting next Tuesday morning, students will be sent an email with the link where they will be prompted to sign in using their district account to complete the survey in Clever. In addition, the survey will also be posted on the district's social media platforms, our website, and reminder texts and phone numbers will also be sent to parents. The goal is to launch at the beginning of next week and keep the survey open for the remainder of the week, as well as follow up with supports to our students as needed. Students will only be able to complete the survey just one time. Thank you.
So the next 2 slides will give you a sense of how we've been able to operationalize some of these new data points that we've been able to create. If we go to the next slide, we spoke to you last board meeting around this notion of unreachable students. And in the context of that conversation, we identified about 1,600 students who fit this category. What's really important to note is that number has declined dramatically to 648 students, thanks to the work that you'll hear about on the next slide. But in terms of the data itself, we're able to make these students visible. As you see here, the demographic profile of the students, to some degree, there's been a little bit of shift, but still homeless students are the number one group as a percentage of their population who are in the unreachable category. Really, in terms of grade levels, there's been somewhat of a shift where we now see elementary grades now popping a little bit more than they did the previous time we presented. And there's been some shifting to some degree with the school list as well. What's really important, though, about this unreachable students number is that as we've gotten data into our Infinite Campus Student Information System, that's given us the capacity now to actually see these students and then to take action. And so ultimately, as my C explained on the prior slide, as we get the SCL data, we'll be in the same position where we'll be able to see the students and then take action. And so if we go to the next slide, you'll actually get a context for what that action actually is.
Hello, and thank you, Vincent. So the good news is that we have decreased the number of students on our unreachable list to 648. So that's over 1,000 students that we have been able to engage in some way. The bad news is, though, that there are still 648 students who are not accounted for. As a district, we began our outreach efforts shortly after school closure. First, with the teachers checking in on each of their students and assessing for needs. Principals then continued to try to connect with families as they deployed devices, distributed food with nutrition staff, and prepared academic supplies. Despite all this work, some of the students still could not be reached. At the end of the second week of distance learning, we asked all site leaders to submit the names of students with whom there had been no contact since March 13th, or who had failed to engage in distance learning as of May 4th. We identified all 1,636 students by name, and they have become the primary focus of our outreach and interventions. So at the site level, teachers, principals, student support center staff, and as of just last week, our SEIU attendance staff have been following our best practices for outreach. They consist of calling all possible phone numbers, emergency contacts, all email addresses, and texting our students to track them down. At the district level, there has been a collaborative phone banking effort, and that's between the FACE department, youth development, and our Be Here team. They follow the same protocols. When we reach a student or family, we ask similar questions to those on our daily engagement survey. That's basically, how are you and how can we help? A student is not removed from this list until we have made contact, assessed needs, and made every effort possible to get them to get engaged in distance learning. It often means device deployment, support getting internet service, or just helping them get logged on. In our first week, the number of unreachable students dropped to 970. And as of the 17th, like Vincent said, it was 648. It continues to drop each day. In the Be Here office, we have created a number of resources. It's basically a toolkit to help all staff who support this outreach effort. After a school site has exhausted all of their interventions, a referral can be made to the Be Here office to coordinate Tier 3 interventions, including student safety home visits to reconnect with our students. On an ongoing basis, we will monitor student engagement, determine barriers, and follow best practices to ensure students' well-being. Our expectation is that 100% of our students will be accounted for. And until we achieve that expectation, we will follow the MTSS model using Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 outreach and intervention. Now, during the last board meeting, I mentioned that on May 9th, our partner In Class Today would be sending family contact information packets to all of those 1,636 unreachable students. We received our first data file today that included 64 web submissions, 12 text responses, and 49 completed forms through regular postal mail. So that's updated new contact information for over 200 students in the district. They will continue to send that new information as they receive it. Our second mailing will be this Saturday, and it will go out in all of our home languages. Once we find our students, our next goal will be to reinforce those relationships and build trust to keep them engaged and close so that we can get them back next year. This disconnect and the trauma that they are living through will not be resolved overnight. They need to know that we care and that we will be here to support them. Next slide.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Flores. I serve as your Director of Student Support and Health Services. And tonight I'm here to talk with you to give an update on our mental health and well-being outreach. And, you know, one of those ways that we connect and we support our whole community is through the launch of our virtual calming room. It just launched a few weeks ago. We invite everyone to come join and visit. You don't have to be, you know, attending our schools. And this is just really a safe place for when we're feeling stressed or anxious. You can come and do some soothing activities, some healing activities. You know, many of our fabulous teachers and support staff had calming corners in their classrooms or in their spaces. And so this really gives them the opportunity to have this virtual space. And we've heard from so many teachers and staff that they've saved these links into their Google Classrooms. We've had them going in there with students, and students even sharing screenshots of, you know, the beautiful colorings that they've done. So we're really appreciative for the positive response to that room. We're also working really hard to be responsive to our community. We've published all of our staff phone numbers on our website, so you can readily get a hold of every single staff in the Student Support Health Services Department and get that live answer. But in order even more responsive, we will be launching a single line, which we're calling a wellness warm line, for our community members to be linked to the following, you know, school nurses, all of our student support staff, our foster youth, and our homeless services. And so I'm really grateful to our IT and our electronics department who have helped us find a way to do this so that our staff can continue to work remotely and be safe, but also continue to serve our community and our students. And just to give you a quick data update, since our last board meeting, our staff have processed and documented actually nearly 1,300 brand new referrals to support our students and families. So this work continues to go on. Thank you. Next slide.
Good evening, I'm Mary Harden-Young, one of your instructional assistant superintendents, and I'm honored to be here tonight to bring you an update on our virtual graduations that are upcoming. While our virtual commencement ceremonies will feature signature aspects of graduation, and you see those listed here on the slide for you, we all remember those when we graduated. Our sites will have the unique ability to customize the ceremonies to highlight the students that they are graduating and the unique year 2020 in which they are graduating. Some of those customized pieces could be musical performances like pre-recorded band or choirs. They might include shout-out videos from former graduates or from parents or from teachers. Obviously, a lot of picture mosaics. Many of us saw a national celebration of our 2020 graduates that aired last weekend. Many of those recordings have been made available to us in case our sites want to incorporate any of those musical acts or even former President Obama. Our graduations will take place on their original graduation date and time, and our families will have unlimited protected access to view these virtual ceremonies. Each site will also host 2 drive-through distributions for our graduates. They will follow the Sacramento County Public Health physical distancing protocols, and these 2 drive-throughs include caps and gown distributions. These are individual sites depending on the site. We've completed 3 as of today, and the last distribution of caps and gowns will take place on June 9th. The final drive-through distribution for our graduates will take place on June 11th, and that will be to distribute the illustrious diplomas and transcripts. Next slide.
Good evening, everyone. This is Keyshawn, the coordinator of risk management. I'm going to explain and give a brief description on some of the highlighted points that you have in front of you today, explaining work sites to interact with other staff, to interact with students and families, or for tasks that can't be postponed over the phone or video conference. Our school nurses and health services put this document together, referencing Center of Disease Control and Public Health. The next bullet point is our physical distancing guidelines. This is also coupled with our physical distancing scale. Requires 6 feet or more apart. This also includes signage in our sites and district offices outlining the guidelines. We also have a staggered schedule. a staggered on-site work schedule to facilitate appropriate distancing and space between employees. A big part of this is our curbside services with our delivery meals, Chromebooks, and classroom items. Next, we have our cleaning and disinfecting guidelines. This is mainly for our operational staff, which includes our warehouse and nutrition service workers. The design of these documents is to continue protecting staff throughout their workday, as well as provide guidelines to help focus on the immediate needs of our students and staff and facilities. Some high points of this guideline in this document is the required protocols for working on site, steps to properly hand wash, and the appropriate PPE. In addition, it talks about the proper disinfecting in the kitchen and in our vehicles. Next is the PPE, personal protective equipment, and the sustainability that the district has. Currently, we're in a good space with a healthy stock of personal protective equipment. Supplies of gloves, face covering, masks, and goggles. Our operational staff is working hard in producing reusable masks. On stock right now, we have about 300, and they're able to produce about 30 to 60 masks per day. You also have to remember that the sustainability of our PPE is widely contingent on the model that we use to reopen. Once we have those guidelines from SCOE on what direction we should take to reopen, we're going to move forward on securing as much PPE, personal protective equipment, as possible. We use references from our Schools Insurance Authority best practice document, and also with committees and workshops that we partake in with other neighboring districts. The next we have is our visitor declaration. This is a safety assurance, a document for precautionary measures to protect our students. Before they enter into any of our campuses or departments here at the district. Lastly, we have a huge self-care component. You heard Victoria Flores outlined the virtual calming room. In addition, we also have our EAP program through Step into Wellness program with various workshops, webinars, classes, focusing specifically on stress and crisis management during this COVID time. In addition to, we have the mind, brain, and body videos targeting social and emotional well-being. As we face uncertain times, we will continue to make the health and safety of our employees a top priority. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And so lastly, I'm going to talk with you about what we're doing to look to reopening our school. And so SCOE is leading a cross-collaborative team of content experts to really build a framework for opening schools. And so they're including all of the representatives from all of our districts in the county, including Sac County Public Health. And they're really looking to provide some guidance and uniformity across our county so that we ensure all of our schools are keeping our students safe. Of course, these will be aligned with all of our county, our state, and our federal guidelines as well. So while that SCOE work goes on, we know we have a lot of work to do in our district. So we have started meeting internally as well to sort of parallel these processes to develop, a very similar team of content experts who are looking at these guidelines. And we've created some work groups in these following areas. And each work group is led by that content expert and includes a whole vast array of other staff to really be great thought partners. So we've got work groups going in our attendance and engagement area. Of course, the big one, our academic learning plan. That's a really, big group that's needing to pull together. Our nutrition services, we want to make sure we safely feed our students. And then, of course, public health and operations. And really important is culture and climate. How do we come back together? How do we heal? How do we support each other? So this work, you've seen many of the people that are on these work groups tonight, and there's many more that aren't aren't with us tonight, working really hard. And of course, we're also looking at the lessons from the global perspective. We know we've had countries in Africa, who have gone before us with dealing with the Ebola outbreak. And then we also have countries, in Asia and in Europe who are actually returning to school. So we're really trying to lean in and learn so that we can make sure that we're doing this the best way possible. This is a really thoughtful, caring, and committed group, and I'm very grateful for all their efforts.
So as we wrap up the presentation, really just wanted to highlight a few major next steps. Particularly while we're in the midst of the pandemic, we're ensuring our focus is really ensuring the safety of every student, employee, family, and community member. And that's first and foremost on our minds. As we think about our work, we're identifying best practices in the distance learning process. And certainly some of those are starting to emerge as we continue this kind of new journey since March 13th. You've heard a lot this evening about engagement and why engagement matters. And really, as we focus on engagement, we're trying to become as sharp and as flexible in defining it so that we really do it in a way that allows us to see our students, see our staff, see our community, and then take action. And then the last two bullets really just speak to the kind of issues of the infrastructure in terms of refining our measurement system overall. And as Ms. Flores spoke to, really a focus now on the fall reopening. How do we open school in the best way possible with safety first and foremost, but then also moving quickly to ensuring all students have strong academic learning. With that, I'll end the presentation and open it for questions and answers.
Thank you. And Mr. Harris, I just want to, because I know that Superintendent Gordon will be online, but do appreciate Sac County's effort in marshaling and coordinating these discussions among all 13 school districts in Sac County so that there is some level of uniformity in the framework of the potential models for reopening. I think it's very beneficial to be able to do that as a county. So I want to just thank SCOE for their efforts on that. President Ryan.
Thank you. We're going to take public comments on this item before we go to board member questions and comments. And do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, there are 8 public comments on this item. And the first is an email from Carl Pinkston with Community Priority Coalition. And also it was signed by Dwayne Campbell from Education Committee of League of United Latin American Citizens, Sacramento.
Okay.
2 minutes.
And it's 2 minutes per public comment on this item. I believe Ann will be tracking this.
Yes, I'm starting the clock. It says, Dear SUSD board members and Superintendent Aguilar, the Community Priority Coalition is very concerned about the Sacramento City Unified School District's response to the COVID-19 crisis. The school closures and the impact on CUSD's already difficult fiscal situation turns a glaring light on the existing inequities we have been identifying and requesting your focus on. While the pandemic is challenging for everyone, it is having an unequal and more difficult impact on our most vulnerable students and their families, especially students of color, low-income students, English learners, foster and homeless youth, and students with disabilities. Since 2016, the Community Priority Coalition has submitted to the Sacramento City Unified School District Board an alternative budget that reflects the following coalition priorities. 1, class size reduction 24:1. 2, professional development in cultural proficiency and restorative justice. 3, additional instructional assistance for English learners and increased efforts to involve their parents in their education programs, including bilingual counselors, teachers, social workers, and other staff. And 4, after-school/early intervention programs. While these issues may have been included in SUSD's LCAP, we are not satisfied that they have been addressed sufficiently. That was before COVID-19. The district's response to COVID-19 underscores our concern that we will be ignored as the district makes decisions as the school year ends. LCAP timelines are extended, state-level assessments, including for ELs, are suspended, and the state's budget is broke. What that means for the district is more than tough budget cuts. And the next public comment is from Dwayne Campbell, and says, on behalf of Lorenzo Patino, Council of the League of United Latin American Citizens, we urge you to respond to our 4-year-long request to provide transparency in budgeting for English language learners. LULAC is a longstanding national and local civic organization dedicated to the advancement of civil rights, including the achievement of excellent educational opportunities for every child. Sorry, but this one doesn't seem to relate. Oh, it does relate to COVID. Okay. For 4 consecutive years, we have asked that you promote school success of English learners by adding instructional time in English through direct instruction in small groups by skilled credentialed teachers. From 2017 and 2018, we urged you to accomplish this. The district should include in your budget the addition of at least 10 bilingual instructors designed to serve English learners. These recommendations have not been adopted in your LCAP plans. The board is now charged with submitting a written report explaining to the community the changes to program offerings the district has made in response to school closures to address the COVID-19 emergency and the major impacts of such closures on students and families, including low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. Note, for the last 3 years, you have received some $6 million per year to improve the educational opportunities of English learners as a supplemental allocation under LCFF. In spite of our repeated requests, your district has not described how you have used this money to serve this targeted population. And the next comment is from Allison French Tubo and says, thank you to all who have focused on triaging student needs, including acknowledging that 1,600 students have not been reached. I was surprised to see that when SUSD shared that number, other area school districts were asked and did not have an answer. With so many unknowns and variables ahead, I am not expecting a simple answer on what to expect in the next months, but I do hope to see some sort of survey of the various stakeholders, and I do hope to see leadership from board level, district level, and site level leading us away from attempting to restore the status quo, which was not working well for the majority of our 40,000 students. The next comment is from Lamaya Coleman and says, I, as a member of SAC ACT, a union member and a district parent, appreciate the ways in which the district has shown up in the community through the distribution of meals and technology. We at the Community Priority Coalition also continue to be concerned that the coalition's priorities have not been taken seriously. Now with this health crisis, those priorities are even more important. Therefore, in our letter, we request that the June 19 report address, in particular, 3 things of which I will speak to just a second. 2, how has the district provided services for students with the greatest needs and how those needs are, 1, identified, and 2, addressed? Our Black and Brown students were already experiencing the poorest academic performance in the district pre-COVID-19. Online distance learning is not the appropriate learning opportunity for all students for many reasons, including because their families do not have Wi-Fi, computers, or the capacity to help their students online. In addition, we know that many students have not even been reached or engaged. Have you conducted an assessment yet of all our students' ability to participate with and without online learning technologies? What have you found? How is the daily/weekly student survey being utilized and informing decisions and follow-up? Beyond academics and technology, how is the district addressing social, emotional needs of students? Next comment is from Judith Arnold, and it says, in planning the next school year, we must consider that while we may be, quote, allowed to reopen school buildings in September, many parents will feel unsafe sending their children to them. And at that And at the same time, many will feel that they have no choice but to take the risk in order to avoid financial hardship. What a predicament. First and foremost, we must not open school buildings and compel children to congregate indoors until we have a vaccine. Therefore, it is time for us to begin developing solutions. Can we please realize that social distancing and mask wearing by elementary school students is unreasonable and begin planning for full-on distance learning this fall? Can we please begin a conversation about how and where children can be cared for in small groups while they participate in distance learning? Families, relatives, neighbors, church leaders, and others who either work at home or do not work outside the home should be invited to volunteer to provide supervised spaces that children can occupy during school hours in order to free up parents who must go to work. High school students can and should stay home to study, and many could conceivably supervise younger siblings while they study from home. Employers could be asked to offer flexible work schedules and work at home options for parents of school-aged children. Can we please forge a comprehensive partnership between our families, whole communities to find students safe places to keep learning? While safety is the main reason to offer full-on distance learning, there is a second reason as well. Many families will certainly prefer the safety of distance learning, and if we do not offer it, families may flock to other organizations who do offer it. There are many, and a good number of them are free. The next comment is from Liz Ginn. When the schools were closed, the legislature and the governor agreed to keep paying you, district staff and employees, through the closures. One of the governor's executive orders charged you with specific activities, including providing, quote, high quality distance learning, providing meals in a safe setting, supervising students during school hours, and submitting a written report explaining to the community the changes to program offerings the district has made in response to school closures and the major impacts of such closures on students and families, including low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. This report is in place of the LCAP, which you would normally be reviewing and adopting at this time of year. With the Community Priority Coalition, I request that this COVID-19 operations report submitted with the budget be presented to the community with the opportunity to review and comment. With only 2 more board meetings, we want to see a draft of the COVID-19 operations report at or before the next board meeting on June 18, so that we may comment and that our comments may be considered by the board for the final report accepted on June 25. Thank you. And the final comment is, or the second to last comment, is from Manuel Jimenez, and it says, there appears to be good news regarding the prospect of opening school in the fall, but there will be changes that will need to be made. Will SUSD open schools in the fall? As a parent, I would like to see a decision made within a week or 2 to allow families to make alternate plans if schools do not open. I strongly desire schools to reopen, and furthermore for schools to be elevated in importance level to essential or some other classification. Currently, they appear to be below the category of dine-in restaurants, public gatherings, non-essential offices, and sporting events. As we have seen, the effects of distance learning have been dramatic and an extreme hardship on many. My school, David Lubin, has done an excellent job with everything but the loss of community, peers, and identity that my child, 9-year-old only child, has experienced has been unfortunately very negative for him. Others have, as I have been told, had it far worse. For my family, distance learning is an option of last resort. As health experts predict the course of COVID-19, I am hoping and willing to take part in an effort to ensure that our schools open in the fall, bearing a shutdown of all essential activity. A key component of this should be planning right now by the district to implement the guidelines established by the CDC. Changes will be required to hygiene infrastructure, HVAC systems for more outside air, more open spaces, less people per area, changes to school hours, changes to attendance schedules, changes to food service, and the list goes on. these will be required. There are no health experts saying that we will be over COVID-19 by the fall. And the last comment is from Carl Pinkston, and it says the community priority correlation is very concerned about the Sacramento City Unified School District's response to the COVID-19 crisis, the school closures, and the impact on SE.
And
she already read
Did
Carl.
you read that public comment earlier?
I did read a public comment from Carl, but
Carl, and another from Dwayne.
This one is separate and.
Oh, it's a separate one. Okay.
But it's on the same item.
Yes.
There's one comment per person per item.
Okay. Then that's the last comment.
Okay. Thank you, Anne. Before we begin taking board member questions, I just want to again thank all of our incredible team for leaning in these very difficult circumstances. We know that we have extraordinarily dedicated staff at the Cerna Center, teachers throughout the district, and partners that have been stepping up in remarkable ways to meet the needs of our students through this coronavirus. And for that, we just thank you deeply from the bottom of our hearts. Again, I want to remind board members that each board member will ask 2 questions. We will circle back after all board members have had a chance to ask at least 2 questions. If I can see your hands, Board Member Pritchett had her hand up, Board Member Garcia, Board Member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan. And I want to echo, the work that the staff has done is amazing in the sense. I just want to say how much I appreciate the SEL check-ins that is new. And I'm wondering if staff has reached out to the parent-teacher home visit project.
Mr. Harris, in fact, I'll just mention Mr. Harris can answer the question, but you will be getting a BC on where we are with the parent-teacher home visit program tomorrow, actually. But Mr. Harris, go ahead.
Sure. And the answer is yes, in that, of course, we've been a long time partner with the Parent Teacher Home Visit project. And actually, they've been doing their own work around looking at the notion of a virtual visit. They've actually framed a new concept called a bridge visit, which is really meant for these types of times. We're exploring it. We have some professional learning that we need to do in order to implement it, but it is actually going to become part of our repertoire going into the fall. And so it will be a part of our portfolio going forward whenever we're in this type of situation again. But yes, Parent Teacher Home Visit has been doing its own work in terms of building that relationship, finding new strategies to build relationship with families, between teachers and their families. And we've been a part of that conversation.
Fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. And I just have a quick question in regard to the Internet Essentials program. I applaud the efforts of the district to help streamline the process for our families in regards to the financial information. But I do have a question because one thing that was going through my mind during that presentation is that a lot of families that weren't on free and reduced lunch prior to the COVID-19 hitting have now lost their jobs, and they are now low income. And so I'm just wondering how the families that are now in a predicament where they would need assistance, how they're getting the services that they need.
Would you like me to
Can I ask, sure, if you can answer it from an internet access, but also Ms. Flores, if you can answer it more broadly from, say, Medi-Cal. And I don't see Ms. Flores, Diana Flores, but Ms. Victoria Flores, in terms of healthcare needs. And then Rose, if you want to maybe talk about just how we're working to make sure that our families can apply for CalFresh as well and maybe be eligible for pandemic EBT benefits as well. But if Ms. Mu, if you can speak about that and then turn it over to Ms. Victoria Flores.
Yes. Member Pritchett, that's a very sound point, because indeed we do recognize that given the economic hardship many of our families are experiencing during this pandemic, that they may very well qualify for National School Lunch Program, whereas before they perhaps may not have. And so that is a an area that internally our staff members, we are exploring, including working with Xfinity on how we can bridge that support for those families who find themselves in that situation now.
Hi there, and I can answer. We have information about this benefit on our website, on our COVID-19 FAQs, under, I believe, the Community Resources and Wellness. And so families who already receive CalFresh or Medi-Cal or in foster care will automatically get this benefit. They do not need to apply. It will automatically be issued. And then families who have, families who are not eligible for free or reduced, or I'm sorry, wait. Families who are eligible for free and reduced lunch and don't get CalFresh or Medi-Cal or foster care can apply by June 30th. And so we will be sending out flyers and pushing this out to our social media to really help all of our families understand how to access these resources in multiple languages. There's flyers on our website that are already in multiple languages. So we'll do a lot of work around this.
And again, Member Pritchett, I just want to remind the board from an earlier slide that actually is a metric that we are hoping to populate, is the percentage of students who post the school closure became eligible for any number of these services.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. And once again, I just want to applaud the work of the staff and all of these efforts. Thank you.
Board Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So I also want to commend staff across departments for coming together and really coming up with a plan on a fly's notice, right? Just a plan in this first phase to really provide distance learning and really addressing the needs of our students, as well as establishing the infrastructure that's needed to gather that data, that real critical data, to inform the next phase, which is in the fall. So that's, I'm glad to hear that. But my two questions are really about when can we start seeing more concrete plans as to what the next phase is, and I'm not even calling it phase 2, but reopening schools, what that may look like. And then as one of the public comments, just so that parents understand what try and get an idea of what that looks like, what plans they need to be made, and also how we may really lean on our partnerships, especially the after-school programs that are going to be critical. And then I do have a second question after that. You're on mute.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I do see Superintendent Gordon, who has joined us in anticipation of the budget presentation. And if he feels comfortable describing it, the countywide committee, if you will, held, I think its last meeting on Wednesday. And the idea now is that there will be a framework that is that comes out that we will then use to start communicating or start using internally, and then communicating to our community based on the discussions that took place among all 13 regional districts. So I'm hoping that will happen over the next week or so. But I'm not sure if Superintendent Gordon is on the line and may want to contribute to that. Otherwise, I can get you more information to the board once I've had a discussion with them. I know Ms. Beta is representing Sac City in that group as well, and she briefed me earlier this week. But that's what we anticipate, is that a framework will be produced so that we have a better sense of what we're thinking for the entire county.
Yeah, this is Dave Gordon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
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 Superintendent Aguilar is right on target. This group is in the process of finishing up. We should be finished up by next week. And the goal is to produce a product which would have really two parts. One would be a more detailed planning guide for school districts, but another part would be a thumbnail of what school is likely to look like for families under the health guidance that we have been getting from Dr. Kassiri, the county health officer, who's a key member of the task force. And the parent section, if you will try to describe in some detail what you would find at a school that's reorganized in order to meet the health regulations as laid down by the county health officers. So we're hoping something will get out that will show any parent in the county the general outlines of what will have to be done to allow for in-person teaching, while school districts will have a choice of what kinds of schedules to set, what kinds of configurations to set up in their classrooms and their school buildings.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to that framework or that information to really be made available earlier, just so that as parents, we can get an idea of what to expect and what available resources are in place, especially after, if our kids go to the school site, what can we count on after that? Do they have an after school program to go to, even if that looks different? And then my second question really was the reason why I wasn't calling the reopening of phase 2. It's really this middle of the summer and the opportunity that we have to really address learning loss. And I'm wondering what conversation is the district having about the summer and what opportunities may be available to our students, especially as we are receiving federal dollars to really be able to address this learning loss and the encouragement to really make something available in the summer.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I'll mention that we are in the planning stages of laying out a summer program that we had already thought about earlier before the school closure. It's very preliminary in that we intend to utilize a lot of the information from our school closure dashboard to inform us on a potential summer bridge, jumpstart kind of effort, if you will, that would likely take place toward the end of the summer, August, if you will, late July, August, that in conjunction with the framework that Superintendent Gordon mentioned as well, might give us the possibility of seeing what a fall reopening might look like, but driven by the objective of meeting the needs of our students academically and social and emotionally as well through a summer program. Again, we are hoping that we will establish a very functional and working school closure dashboard that will allow us, as Ms. Mackey spoke of, is measuring what engagement looked like during this phase. What are the best practices that we were able to identify, not just from an academic standpoint, but also from a social and emotional standpoint. I've mentioned that I think that for some of our students, this kind of platform actually may work for them, of receiving services from a social worker or from a counselor perhaps. But again, those are the kind of potential best practices that we might identify through this phase of distance learning that takes us through the end of the academic year, and then give ourselves some time to analyze all of those data, as well as plan for a potential distance learning or hybrid blended learning type of effort that will obviously depend as well on what happens with the Sac County Public Health orders as they evolve over the next few weeks.
Board Member
Thank you. Oh, I just one final comment. I just wanted to really congratulate the staff for the virtual meditation rooms. Sometimes you don't know what you need until you have it right in front of me. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Board Member Minnick.
Thanks. Not really questions, just a couple comments. One, I know that the staff was thrown into this with very, very little notice. None of us knew this was coming, and so I really appreciate their ability to shift gears so quickly. A couple things we heard from the public comments. Parents are on opposite ends of the spectrum with some of this stuff. So, some folks are ready to reopen and some folks want us to stay closed until there's a vaccine and everything in between. I think that we just have to remember that we're going to need to have a lot of patience, and we're not going to have answers as quickly as we would like in terms of, what our plan is for the fall. But I appreciate that that there's already a team working on this and trying to figure out what all our options are going to be depending on the scenarios when we get closer. I think that I think it was Dr. Fauci or something that said that the virus makes a timeline, and but I just appreciate that we're having kind of a handful of contingency plans and figuring out kind of what's going to be best. The other thing I just want to comment on is around graduation, and I've had some conversations with member Ang Olson about this, who's a graduating senior, and myself, who's a parent of a graduating senior. This is really disappointing. I've been looking forward to the final graduation of, for my kids for a long time. And it's rough. And I appreciate that, a lot of parents right now are really bummed. A lot of students are really bummed. I get it. But I feel like I am appreciative that we are putting the safety of our community first and putting the safety of our kids first, make sure no one gets sick, and that we're taking the direction from County Public Health. And so I know that, folks really want to do something bigger and more, personal and be able to hug each other. But I think that I hope that other parents will join me in really appreciating the caution that we're bringing as a district, as tough as that is. And, we'll get a chance to hug our family and friends and celebrate this at another time. But I think that we need to just be understanding that this is much bigger than our kids' one event. So I want to thank the team for, really looking at this seriously.
Thank you. Do we have other questions or comments? Board Member Wu, followed by Board Member Vang.
I want to thank the staff because from 1,600 to 638 in 2 weeks' time of missing or students is a marvelous thing. But 638 students is still a lot. So I hope that we can find them. I hope that we can get Chromebook into their hands. I hope that they can continue learning as well. I echo all the sentiments of my colleagues, and I really want to congratulate staff for really rolling up their sleeves and diving in. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. I think I also want to echo Member Wu as well and all my colleagues on the board, just to get my heartfelt thank you to all of the staff today that did a report out. I know it takes an incredible team, Superintendent, with your leadership. And so really want to thank staff for meeting the moment to address the needs of our students. Just a few comments and some thoughts. Thank you so much for the update on SAC Kids Connect. And I'm really hoping that we can get more folks signed up. I know you said that to this date, I think if I took the note right, we have about, 1,600 families signed up. But I know that we had identified around 6,000, right? And so that means that we still have a long ways to go. The only thing I wanted to share, just some thoughts and comments, given COVID-19, and staff has been doing an incredible, great job, but really beginning to identify, given COVID, what are some permanent, identifying some permanent infrastructure that we know that has been impacted by COVID, and really thinking about how we're going to invest in them. And this makes me think about Wi-Fi for example, right? We have this incredible program, thanks to the leadership of President Ryan, with partnership with the city of Sacramento and Comcast. But after that 6 month, we also have to think about a long-term strategy plan, right? To ensure that our families stay connected and stay on. And, Superintendent, I'm sure that you're looking into various, maybe strategies or figuring out how we can continue to do that. I know there's been conversation about, could we look at Title I dollars, and, I also learned recently from you, Superintendent, that actually students can actually access Wi-Fi because our school sites are almost hubs for Wi-Fi as well. So I've been just kind of doing some research around, public libraries and also public schools that can qualify for E-rate. And I would love for the district to take a look at that, because we really need to think about infrastructure given, our bond measure that just passed as well, and figuring out how we can continue to invest even in infrastructure, because that's something that I didn't even know, that our schools are hubs for Wi-Fi. And if we can really build that out, we can actually begin to address the digital divide. And so I would love for staff to look into that. And then lastly, mad props to the staff. 1,600 last time you reported, down to 648. That takes a lot of people power and groundwork to follow up with each student and family. And so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, because there's no way that we could do this alone. And so mad props to staff. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Do we have any other Board Member Morowski?
Thanks so much. I have a couple comments and then a question. So I've been really, really impressed with staff work on this across the board. So again, wanted to echo my fellow board members and just say a big thank you. I love the virtual calming room as well. I've used it for myself. I've used it with my son, and it is a great community resource. It is, it's kind of a simple thing, but it is really, really helpful. And I love the SEL survey. I hope that goes really well, and we're able to get a lot of participation in that and follow up if we don't, because I think that's kind of brilliant as well. I'm just very supportive of the effort to track data so we can actually tell our community how we're doing on all of these metrics. I mean, I think this is really, really impressive, and I'm very supportive of continuing that. On the issue of the SCOE work groups, I really appreciate the update on that. I guess I'm thinking of, there's a lot of different aspects of this, but SCOE is sort of here, and then there's districts, and above them the state and the feds, and then below the districts every individual site and member. So there's a lot, like a big continuum of things here, and I think it's up to us to advocate from the county level, from the district level, to get the guidance from the feds and the state, the clear guidance that will be applicable statewide, and we may need to adapt it, but the design of schools and so forth, I think that's pretty similar across the board. The behavior of the virus is similar. So a lot of these things I think really need to have state and federal guidance and resources to actually meet the the requirements that they identify. So, and I also just from the from the individual site level and from the workers, I think we also need that to feed up to make sure that whatever the reopening plan is realistic. So I hope that is also being incorporated. And I think we also need a process that, I've heard a lot of community sentiment about, reopening preferences, ideas, fears, concerns. So I want to suggest, to us all to think about going forward, we need some kind of process to incorporate community into how we're framing this, making the decisions, and what we're going to offer. the last is just a question. I've been really really concerned, haunted by the decline in child welfare referrals, the decline in youth mental health referrals, which I learned this past week is by 50% through the county. This is a really, really troublesome. Domestic violence, same thing. Do we have partnerships with child welfare services? How does that work? Do we, I know like there's children that touch a lot of different systems or are system involved in, the foster care or whatever. There's a lot of overlap among all of the agencies that serve kids. So I'm just wondering what kind of partnerships do we have to try to have, if they have followed up with children. So.
Absolutely. Ms. Flores, could you provide an overview of those partnerships, please?
Hi there. Yes, we do. We actually do have an MOU with child welfare, also with several other county partners, most, commonly with our foster youth services, but our social workers, our support staff, even, our principals and teachers will regularly communicate with those social workers, really in support of trying to help our families and heal our families and keep them connected and keep them together. We know the outcomes for our children who enter the foster care system are not, good. They're just as disproportionate as we see in education. And so a lot of that work is around trying to support and keep families whole.
Thank you, Victoria. Was that it, Board Member Murphy? Okay, wonderful. So I have two quick questions to wrap up. First, because these questions keep coming up in the community and they were touched upon in the presentations, I just wanted to call them out because I think that they are still a source of confusion. One, as Board Member Minnick spoke to, we have so many graduating seniors, but also graduating 8th graders and graduating 6th graders and graduating kindergartners whose parents are reaching out to us wondering why they can't simply organize their own graduations, sad that plans that they had that they felt were appropriately social distanced and took into account public health guidelines were not being allowed. And so can you please speak to the Sacramento County Public Health Department and Sacramento County Office of Education's role in advising how we approach graduation?
Yeah, thank you. An excellent question, Member Ryan, and I'm aware of the source of just anxiety based on the interpretation of these orders. I again want to recognize and thank Superintendent Gordon for his role in kind of being the conduit for all of the districts in Sac County around these kinds of questions. We did receive from the county, Sac County Public Health yesterday, some direction around graduations and the need to abide by the current orders from the Sac County Public Health and not have them done in person. There was another communication that was about drive-through, drive-in services with some guidance for cases in which I think it was intended for graduating seniors in particular. If they have to pick up material such as, their cap and gown or eventually their diploma, as Mary mentioned, an opportunity for there to be some pictures taken, but again, with direction about how vehicles have to be separated, family members have to remain in their vehicles, things like that. Again, through Superintendent Gordon, we've asked Sac County Public Health, we expect that there to be revisions in their orders tomorrow of the possibility of outlining or more clearly stating, what was meant by drive-in, drive-through. One challenge, of course, is we understand our community and our local context, But, we might have families that want to celebrate kinder promotion, or sixth grade promotion or eighth grade promotion. So the order speaks more to graduating seniors. But I understand that this is a difficult time for the reasons that Member Minnick spoke as a parent of a senior. But in other cases, we have children who are being promoted from 8th grade to 9th grade. So I'm hoping that we'll have more clarity tomorrow. But again, I do want to just thank Superintendent Gordon for being a conduit. It makes things a lot more efficient, and ask if he wants to comment on that.
Superintendent Gordon? Okay, well, it sounds like he might not be on the line with us right now. My second question really was...
No, I am here. I will just say what we have asked of public health, and I hope they will be able to do it, is when they issue their new guidance tomorrow to incorporate, or at least incorporate by reference, some of the guidance they have given us in various memos, so that the public and parents don't think the current requirements have expired because they're not in the new package of guidance. They remain in effect, and as was said, the goal of the public health Dr. Kassiri, is solely to protect the health of our students and our families. And what they're trying to avoid is congregations of people, be they young people or adults or some combination of the two. That's the thing. The assemblages of people are what the public health people are saying to us presents the danger for this spread. And obviously, people's feelings are strong. The temptation is strong. You want to hug everybody. I have a family member who graduated as well, and I think they're saying it's so important to restrain ourselves and keep from doing those things until public health officials are satisfied that it will be not unsafe to do it.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. And my second question really is around connecting with the students who have been unreachable. I will tell you, the thing that wakes me up cold from my sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning is those students, and wondering what's going on in their lives and if they're having their basic needs met. And so I'm incredibly encouraged to know that we've gone from 1,600 students to 638 students in the span of a week. But, I want to ask the question, what does that look like at a school site where we might see that there is a larger population of disconnected or unreachable students? How are we ensuring that that school site is going above and beyond to find those students? I just found out from American Legion earlier this week that they have now reached every single one of their students at their continuation high school. And that's extraordinary. They are so proud of that accomplishment. And they walked me through what that process looked like. And it included texting aunties and community-based organizations and getting leads on students that, almost felt like contact tracing in the education setting. And so I would be interested in hearing from a practical standpoint, when we know that a particular school is struggling to reach a larger number of students, what are we doing to intervene?
I'll answer that. Yeah, I spoke with Rich this morning, and I let him know also that on a daily basis, his students are more engaged than many of our high school students. So I was really proud of him and the work that they're doing at the Legion. So we have a couple sites, for example, Rosa Parks, and a lot of it is, one, they have a huge student population, right? It's a large K-8 school. And so what we've done is at the district office with our collaborative team, we've started to work with the school sites to do our outreach and focus on those schools. When we start our home visits, which will be next week, it will be for those school sites that have the majority of their students or the majority of the unreachable list. I think Vincent noted there were about 3 or 4 sites, Hollywood Park. CKM was one, but CKM, again, too, has been doing a wonderful job reaching and connecting their students in the past 2 weeks. I can say that the reason some of these sites were behind is because it wasn't until just last week that we got our SEIU staff back and able to work remotely to do the outreach. So I expect in this next week to see a dramatic drop, and where we're not seeing that dramatic drop, the district will step in and provide the additional support the schools need.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. You're doing an extraordinary job. We're so grateful for your efforts. So in closing out this item, I do just want to say, since the superintendent, I think, is too modest to share this, tomorrow he will be having a call with a state superintendent of public instruction from a neighboring state who is looking to Sac City to help them build out a COVID dashboard to measure education impact through the coronavirus crisis. So very excited by the work that the superintendent has done that is leading the rest of the country, really. And also want to echo that with SAC Kids Connect, we have been receiving myriad requests from other school districts across the state who are now trying to form similar partnerships to ensure free internet service for students through the coronavirus crisis. Item 7.2, which is the Classified Champion Awards, which will be presented this evening by Kansi McCarn and Christina Villegas.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Christina Villegas, HR Director, and tonight we'll be honoring 5 of our classified employees as our 2021 Classified Champion Award recipients. Next slide, please. Our Classified Champion winners have gone above and beyond their duties and are deserving of this recognition for their dedication to the district, as well as their commitment in helping promote the continuous educational services to our students. These employees were nominated by their peers, parents, students, and administrators based on their beyond the call of duty service and commitment to our students. We are excited to present this award to our 2021 Classified Champion winner. Next slide, please. Our first recipient is Irene Carruthers. She's a multi-site supervisor for nutrition services at Rosemont High School. She has been with the district for over 23 years, 23.6 years to be exact, with the majority of those years at Rosemont High School. She's been there since 2003. And this is the award that she's going to be receiving. Next slide, please. Our next recipient is Leticia Charles. She's a morning and noon duty employee. She has been with the district for over 1 year, almost 2 years, 1.7 years at Bret Harte Elementary School. And this is the award that she's going to be receiving. Next slide, please. The recipient is Valerie Chipman. She's a current instructional aide, special education. She has been with the district for over 13 years, 13.2 years to be exact, with all of those years at Peter Burnett Elementary. And this is the award that she's going to be receiving. Our next recipient is Pamela Grady. She's currently an Office Technician 3, has been with the district for over 37 years, almost 38 years, 37.7 years, with the majority of those years at Sutter Middle School since 1994. And finally, and her award is right here. And finally, our 5th Classified Champion recipient is Claudia Miller. She's currently a teacher assistant bilingual, has been with the district for over 28 years, 28.7 years to be exact, with the majority of those years at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School, 1991. And this is the award that she's going to be receiving. I'd like to give a virtual applause to all of our recipients and congratulations to all of them. Well deserved.
And President Ryan, we know that these are very difficult times in terms of being virtual and not being able to be in space. To congratulate both our Classified Champion recipients as well as our Teachers of the Year, who we'll hear from next. And so we do want everyone to know we are trying to work on a plan to have them come in 1 or 2 at a time to still get their pictures so that we can acknowledge them and hang them in the Cerna Center. And provide a bit of that in-person connection.
Excellent. Looks like we have a comment from Board Member Pritchett.
I just wanted to ask Concy, when that happens, can you let the board know when those dates and times are? And I just wanted to take a moment and congratulate all of the classified winners. Thank you for all your hard work.
Absolutely, Member Pritchett, we'll do that.
Okay. Item 7.3, Teacher of the Year.
Good evening. Tonight, it gives me great pleasure to announce our 2020-2021 Teachers of the Year. We are fortunate to have amazing teachers that make the selection challenging every year. They embody this fun quote. Next slide. I will teach you in a room. I will teach you now on Zoom. I will teach you in a house. I will teach you with my mouse. I will teach you here or there. I will teach you because I care. Next slide. The committee wanted to share that this year we had a particularly difficult time with our selection. There were over 30 nominations. Each year, teachers receive nominations from parents, students, and other staff members, as well as community members. They are all winners. Teachers who received nominations this year are Ann Beston from West Campus, Sean Peters from Harkness Elementary, Andrea Giarno Zarate from Sutter Middle School, Alan Cox from Golden Empire, Amanda Sachs from Science Engineering School, James Neal from Science Engineering School, and Casey Go from Science Engineering School. We also had Aaron Durante from Pony Express, Allegra Smooth from Cabrillo Elementary School, Yolanda Llamos from Elder Creek, Tracy Tran from CK McClatchy, Ellen Wong from CK McClatchy, Elena Callahan from CKM McClatchy, Eric Richards from Health Professions High School, Teresa Ching from Phoebe Hearst, and Christy Cochran from Phoebe Hearst as well. Rebecca Zimmerman from Theodore Judah Elementary, Rayon White Andrews from Sequoia Elementary, Tiffany Chandler from Sequoia Elementary, Harry Bray from Sequoia Elementary, Shahir Yassin from JFK High School, Gang Yang from Edward Kimball Elementary School, Jill Campbell from Oak Ridge Elementary, and Brian Parker from Albert Einstein, former Teacher of the Year for Sac City and Sacramento County. On behalf of our district, we thank Seema and Heidi for serving as our Teachers of the Year this year. And the committee would like to give a heartfelt thank you for all the many nominations. And finally, it gives me great honor to announce our Teachers of the Year for the 2020-21 school year. April Braun from Rosemount High School. She's an AP and English language development teacher with just over 8 years of teaching experience with our district. Next slide. And Ms. Contasha Montero from the Science and Engineering Science School, a resource specialist teacher with 21 years with us in Sac City and varied roles from child development and our special education department. Thank you all and congratulations.
Let's all give them a round of applause. Well, I have to say it's less than ideal to not be able to recognize these extraordinary classified employees and certificated employees who are being awarded tonight, not in person. We would love to have an opportunity to give you your awards in person and share with you how grateful we are from the bottom of our hearts for the difficult work you do day in, day out. Do we have any public comment on items 7.2 or 7.3?
Yes, we do, President Ryan. We have one comment on 7.2 and 2 comments on item 7.3. The comment on item 7.2 is from Allison French Tubo, and it says, "Congrats to all the classified champions. I'm thankful to all the classified employees who do so much for students and other staff. A special congratulations to Sonora Miller. She has done so much to bring the IBS approach into action at Caleb Greenwood. Then we have 2 comments for item 7.3, and the first is from Jeremy Webster Hawkins. It says, my name is Jeremy Webster Hawkins, and I am a 9th grader at School of Engineering and Science. Ms. Montero deserves Teacher of the Year. She is always willing to help, even if you don't need it. Her personality is perfect. She is always on top of knowing what a student is feeling and whether their work can be enhanced. I have dyslexia, and she is very good at working with students with learning disabilities. She has taught me a couple of mindsets that has helped me succeed, including the ability to use my time well. When I ask her a question, she asks me right back, do you really know the answer? Are you just seeking confirmation of what you already know? That boosts my confidence.
I love it.
She has definitely opened me up to asking all of my other teachers for help when I need it. I am not afraid to ask for help. She has also taught me the value of hard work and putting in the effort. I am getting mostly A's and B's in high school. I would definitely not be doing as well at high school without her. And the other comment is from Allison French Tubo, and it says, congratulations from a member of the public wishing to be there to clap. It's affirming to be reminded that despite our district's challenges, there are teachers doing great work each day to help students advance.
Oh, that's beautiful. And let's save the public comment from Jeremy to send Ms. Montero because it's so beautiful. We have a video that we're going to show to honor our classified and certificated staff at this time.
I love doing my job. I try to do whatever anybody asks me to do. There's really nothing
we're having
at the
audio
school
problems.
that I can't do. After all the practice,
Can any of the board members hear the audio? No. Oh. Okay, we're going to try and get the audio up and running.
I love doing my job. I try to do whatever anybody asks me to do.
And we'll make sure it gets
there's really nothing at the school that I can't
and that we also
do.
post it on social media.
After all the practice of all the years, I would like to thank the staff and our principal, Mr. Waisel, for having the trust in me that they have to let me do the jobs that I do. Again, thank you very much.
Conference facility is not allowing us to share audio right now. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Sorry to our honorees. We would have loved to show the video, but like I said, we'll get that all up tomorrow so that we can share that widely. Item 7.4, approved resolution number 138 in recognition of classified school employees. Oh, I got a text from a community member that they were, You know what? We're going to go ahead and play the video. Sorry, everyone, but a community member just texted me and they're watching this at home and they were able to hear the audio from the video, even though we were not. So we're going to go ahead and play it for the benefit of our viewing public.
I love doing my job. I try to do whatever anybody asks me to do. There's really nothing at the school that I can't do. After all the practice of all the years, I would like to thank the staff and our principal, Mr. Waisel, for having the trust in me that they have to let me do the jobs that I do. Again, thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's it. Can everyone hear me again? I know we were having some audio challenges. Perfect. Item 7.4, approve resolution number 3138 in recognition of Classified School Employees Week.
I had already moved it.
I second it.
Perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Student preferential vote too? Perfect. Okay. Item 7. Sorry, do we have any public comment on that item?
No public comment.
Okay. Item 7.5, approve resolution number 3139 requesting federal funding to support our public schools in response to COVID-19 economic impacts, as well as resolution number 3140 to prioritize public school funding in 2021 state budget in response to COVID-19 economic impacts. And I just want to say, in introducing this, I want to thank my fellow board members, including Board Member Morawski, for continuing to call for state and federal advocacy for additional resources. I think you know we are 41st in the nation in California in terms of per pupil spending. We are on the phone weekly with the governor's office, with staff, to the pro tem and the speaker, and we are doing everything we can in these very difficult times to demand more dollars to serve our students, in particular in these very grave circumstances. So tonight we're going to present 2 resolutions standing behind those efforts, one on the federal front, another on the state front, which will be presented by Raul Bozio.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Raul Bozio, in-house counsel with the district. And as President Ryan just stated, we're here tonight to bring forward 2 resolutions for your consideration. One directed toward the federal government and one towards our state government, advocating for additional funding for our public schools. If we could have the first resolution shared, the federal resolution. And I can just go ahead and I'll read through some of the key provisions to summarize it without reading probably the whole. When we get to the state resolution, because there's some repetitive pieces, I will again summarize and focus on a few of the key resolution items. Can we get the federal resolution shared, Vincent, or should I pull up my own?
If you can share it on your end.
Can I? Okay. See if I can figure out how to do that. Here we go. Okay. Resolution 3139, requesting federal funding to support public schools in response to COVID-19 economic impacts. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has forced school districts and county offices of education to rapidly adapt under constantly changing and challenging circumstances to continue to deliver high-quality education to all students while safeguarding public health. And whereas the challenges caused by an abrupt shift to distance learning have forced local educational agencies already faced with budget deficits to provide significant support and tailor resources to students to ensure learning continues. And whereas public schools will need substantial funding in order to overhaul operations to accommodate distance learning for all students, as well as provide the support, services, and healthy meals they need to thrive in school. And whereas state and local budgets are quickly being drained of reserves through extreme upticks in unemployment rates and other impacts caused by COVID-19, and whereas LEAs are working to continue to provide critical services to students and families, such as distance learning, meal pickups, access to technology, and mental and behavioral health services while grappling with an impending economic recession that includes a decline in revenues. And whereas Sacramento City Unified School District is serving more meals while schools are closed during the pandemic compared to when schools were open, and recently served our largest meal count in one day of over 40,000 meals. And whereas the district has strived to ensure students have the tools they need to access distance learning by purchasing and distributing thousands of devices to students and negotiating with local internet service providers to provide internet service to our families that need access. And whereas at the same time, LEAs, including Sacramento City Unified School District, are incurring new costs to effectively respond to COVID-19, which adds to the severity of the economic recession. And whereas Governor Newsom's May revision to the state budget includes a shortfall of $15.1 billion for K-14 education because of a substantial reduction in the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee, owing to the dramatic downturn in the economy. And whereas absent additional federal funding, the May revision proposes to reduce local control funding formula resources by 10%, which amounts to a loss of $49.6 million for the district. And whereas the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security CARES Act provides $13.5 billion for public school budgets to directly stabilize public school funding nationwide, as well as additional aid for child care, child nutrition, and grants to provide mental health support to students. And whereas the $31 billion in dedicated emergency funding for K-12 and higher education provided by the CARES Act falls far short of the 2009 American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, the Great Recession era stimulus, which provided $100 billion for education, with investments in both state and fiscal stabilization funds, as well as public school categorical programs, including Title I and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And whereas the Association of California School Administrators and School Boards Association, in an April 15th letter to congressional leaders, requested the next federal stimulus package include an additional $175 billion under the Education Stabilization Fund for the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, specific targeted funding support for students with disabilities and low-income students, and for mental health and trauma services for students, as well as waivers targeting a narrow set of requirements under IDA that schools cannot safely meet under statewide shelter-in-place orders. The next few paragraphs summarize numerous efforts by our state and federal leadership seeking and requesting additional federal funds. We can go ahead and, if it's okay, I'll skip down to the therefore conclusion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education calls on our congressional delegation, inclusive of our United States Senators and House of Representatives and the Governor of California, to advocate for additional federal funding to prioritize stable public school funding.
I think many watching this evening know that while we are sustaining catastrophic cuts at the state level, our future is also largely contingent upon our ability to secure a second relief package at the federal level, which is why we are bringing both of these resolutions before you this evening. Do we have any public comment on these resolutions? And then Board Member Wu, I see your hand up. We have no public comments on these resolutions.
No, there are no public comments on 7.5.
So Board Member comments or questions, Board Member Wu?
So this afternoon, I was on a conference call with Congressman Garamendi. I'll be having several other conference calls with other members of Congress. We asked for, on behalf of CSBA, federal relief funds of an additional $175 billion, emergency relief fund of $13 billion, an E-Rate program for distance learning hardware, and to ensure through the USDA that we reimburse schools for all the meals served as long as the district acted in good faith.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. Board Member Morowski? Okay, thanks. So we have a motion by Board Member Wu. I think Board Member Morowski had a comment before we take a second and a vote.
I'll certainly second. And I just really want to say, you know, it's up to our federal partners to make sure that we can keep our schools whole for our kids. This is a moral obligation. They're the only ones who can do it. We can't print money at the state level. And so it really is on our federal partners to demonstrate the leadership to give us the resources that we need. If we can bail out corporations, you know, our students deserve the same.
Thank you. Beautifully said, Member Morowski. This is an action item. We're going to take a roll call vote. Secretary, please call roll.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Yes.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
President Ryan.
Aye.
Student preferential vote, Member Angolson.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.0, public comment. I'm going to go ahead and read this since we're doing things a little differently given the online format. All public comments will be submitted in writing, and you have both the URL and the public comment at susd.edu on Thursday, May 21st by 4:30 p.m. Individual written comments shall state the name of the member, and the public shall have no more than 2 minutes in length on each agenda or non-agendized item. The board shall limit the total time for public comment on each item to 15 minutes in length. Tonight we have 5 different topics. One of them with 17 public comments for the parent participation preschool. Rather than limit it to 15 minutes and only hearing from half of those public commenters, what we'll do, Anne, is we will do the 15 minutes, we'll actually do 17 minutes, and we'll have each of the parent participation preschool at 1 minute each. That way, everyone who submitted a comment on that item will get to speak. We also have a item from a student, an item regarding layoffs, an item regarding grading, and a public comment from SCTA. We received a request from SCTA to present per contract item 18.12 for 15 minutes. Those 15-minute reports usually occur at the first board meeting of the month, consistent with the collective bargaining agreement. That has been the practice for many years. However, tonight we will allow for the reading of the submitted public comment, and we will go ahead and begin with SCTA.
Okay, so we are beginning with SCTA, and this was submitted by David Fisher. It says, good evening. There are 14 more instructional days in this school year, and we in SCTA especially want to recognize those SUSD seniors who will be graduating this year under such trying circumstances. For many of us, our senior years in high school provided many of the lasting memories of our youth as we took those next steps into adulthood and the responsibility that comes with it. As the father of a high school senior, our family is experiencing firsthand the impact that the school closure has had on students, especially our soon-to-be graduates. That's why we in SCTA were pleased to be able to provide lawn signs to graduating seniors throughout the district as an expression, however modest, of our appreciation for the hardship of missing out on so many key events in their senior year. As this school year draws to a close, it is important that we begin to look toward reopening schools in the fall. It is no secret that teachers, parents, and students in the district have been upset by the lack of cooperation, communication, and even compassion from district leaders as we have transitioned to distance learning. Sac City remains the only district in the state that we are aware of that has refused to abide by Governor Newsom's framework for labor management collaboration. We will be conducting a comprehensive evaluation of teachers' experience and will use the lessons we have learned in our engagement with the district regarding reopening of schools, which we intend to initiate in the next week or so. Overlaying this discussion is the status of funding for public education in Sacramento, in California, and throughout the United States. Along with the National Education Association and the California Teachers Association, we have been leading the national fight to secure more federal funding for public schools in California. Last week, I joined the presidents of 14 other large urban school districts, representing teachers who educate approximately 40% of all students in California, in a conversation with representatives from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office on the eve of the House passage of the HEROES Act. We are extremely lucky to have such strong public education advocate as the Speaker of the House, and we appreciate the district's advocacy under Agenda Item 7.5 on tonight's agenda for federal funding as well. Similarly, again with CTA, SCTA is fighting at the state level to prevent the cuts to K-12 education as outlined in Governor Newsom's May revision. We noted with interest that Sac City had signed onto a May 18 letter to California Assembly and Senate leaders setting forth the need for more resources for schools to be able to open. According to the letter, quote, reopening our school campuses will require more, not fewer, resources to ensure and sustain proper implementation of public health guidance and the safety of all of those involved. Cuts will mean that the reopening of schools will be delayed even after state guidance and clearance from public health officials is given, unquote. Specifically, the letter identifies 3 areas of additional costs, including, quote, new costs to mitigate the learning loss by expanding summer learning and safely returning to in-classroom instruction, including costs associated with social distancing requirements that could result in severely reduced class sizes, staggered schedules or hybrid learning models, nurses to monitor student health, trained professionals to address students' mental health needs exacerbated by the pandemic, the purchase of personal protective equipment for staff and students, and increased cleaning costs to allow for thorough disinfection of school sites, unquote. We agree that coronavirus pandemic creates financial challenges for school districts, including Sac City, and we intend to put forward several ideas to address some of these issues when we resume negotiations with the district over the next several days. But in doing so, it is necessary to point out that this objective is severely compromised by the lack of transparency, accountability, and cooperation from the district. Since August 2018, the district, with the support of Dave Gordon and SCOE, has claimed to be on the brink of insolvency, statements that have turned out time and again to be simply false. In October 2018, in its revised budget after the original budget was rejected by SCOE, the district projected it would have a $37 million deficit in 2018-19. It was wrong. In December 2018, in its first interim budget, the district, with its SCOE-appointed fiscal advisor, projected a $35 million deficit in 2018-19. It was wrong. In March 2019, in its second interim budget, the district, with its SCOE-appointed fiscal advisor, projected a $35 million deficit in 2018-19. It was wrong. In the same budget projections for school year 2019-20, the district projected a massive revenue decrease based on a loss of enrollment of 1,098 students. It turns out that the district failed to count 5 schools, information both the district and SCOE refused to disclose for weeks. In May 2019, 6 weeks from the end of its fiscal year, in its third interim budget, the district, with its SCOE-appointed fiscal advisor, projected a revised deficit of $9 million. It was wrong. Throughout 2018-19, the district stated repeatedly that if the district lost the salary schedule arbitration and honored our contract, the district would be insolvent within months. The salary schedule was implemented. Retro pay was paid out. Again, it was wrong. The district ended 2018-19 by breaking even. The same pattern is repeating itself this fiscal year, 2019-20. In its original budget of July 2019, its first interim budget in December 2019, and its second interim budget in March 2020, the district projected a deficit in 2019-20 of between $1.9 and $2.5 million in the unrestricted fund. According to tonight's third interim budget, the district was wrong. Now the district projects to run a surplus of $3.2 million in the unrestricted fund. It seems like a safe bet that by the time the unaudited actuals are released in August or September, that surplus will grow substantially. The credibility gap in SCUSD is not limited to just its budget projections. It includes fiscal mismanagement and an inability to tell the truth. District leaders have repeatedly and inaccurately stated that entities like the Fiscal Crisis Management Team, FCMAT, the Policy Analysts for Analysis for California Education, PACE, and the California State Auditor have confirmed the district's projections. That is not accurate. What FCMAT, PACE, and even the State Auditor have confirmed is the district's fiscal mismanagement under this board's leadership. First, let's consider the PACE report. The district does not disclose that the superintendent sits on PACE's advisory board, hardly making it objectionable. Princess Moss, the secretary treasurer of the 3.3 million member National Education Association, had this to say about the PACE SCUSD report. Quote, across the country, we've seen these same tactics using twisted data to justify a political agenda. I was at the bargaining table in Sacramento, so I have seen firsthand how this administration has mismanaged fiscal priorities, putting raises for administrators over the needs of students and communities. As educators, our core truth is first and foremost seeing to the needs of our students. This report serves the political will of its patrons in the district rather than the interests of Sacramento students, unquote. But even PACE cannot mask the gross fiscal management at SCUSD. Quote, for example, in spring 2019, the SCUSD school board approved a budget that failed to account for more than 700 students in 5 school sites. Missing student headcount that was worth $8 million annually. One interviewee expressed frustration that the board has approved budgets that have relied upon erroneous data and inaccurate assumptions, unquote. FCMAT's observations about Sac City are devastating. Here's what Mike Fine of FCMAT had to say about SCUSD in March 2019. Quote, I have no confidence in the district's data. It appears that your staff has again demonstrated that they don't have the capacity or willingness to produce accurate data. Let's be frank, the district has no credibility, unquote. FCMAT's assessment of Sac City's leadership compares with those from the state auditor, who in December 2019 presented the following statements and conclusions specifically about Sac City. Quote, we did not validate the district's budget data, unquote, quote, because Sacramento Unified has not developed guidance regarding the need to document its reasoning and key assumptions for its budget decisions. It lacks a starting point for explaining to the public the differences between its budgets and its spending. In reviewing its budgets, we observed large variances in its budgeted and reported actual revenues and expenditures, unquote, quote. In its attempt to summarize the findings of our audit, Sacramento City selectively presents our key findings, unquote. Quote, our audit did not confirm that Sacramento Unified needs to make 27 million in cost reductions, unquote. Quote, Sacramento's Unified statement is disingenuous, unquote. Quote, Sacramento Unified's quotation of a letter from the county office superintendent is misleading, as it does not fairly represent what the county office superintendent told the district at the time, unquote. Quote, Sacramento Unified's statement regarding when its board recognized it needed to make cost reductions is misleading, unquote. Quote, Sacramento Unified summary of the OPEB actual report, OPEB report it mentions is misleading, unquote. Think about that. The state auditor describes your leadership team as one that multiple times is, quote, misleading, as well as, quote, disingenuous, while it also, quote, selectively presents or, quote, does not fairly present information. The state auditor writes that she, quote, stands by our statement that the district board failed to uphold its fiduciary duties, unquote, and enacts budgets, quote, in violation of state law, unquote, quote, failed to uphold its fiduciary, unquote, acted, quote, in violation of state law, unquote. And we are simply supposed to take your word for it on the budget. To do so would be a breach of our fiduciary duty to our members. Given the district's abysmal record in budget projection, together with assessments like those from FCMAT and the state auditor regarding the district reliability, accuracy, and competency, is it any wonder so many simply dismiss your repeated inaccurate proclamations that the district is on the brink of insolvency? Your credibility is further undermined by focusing on only one solution to the purported impending insolvency, a sustained attack on teachers and classified staff, either through layoffs, wage reductions, or cuts to benefits. In April 2019, Board President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar told CBS National News that everything was on the table, including a cut to the superintendent's salary. How can the district be on the brink of insolvency while at the same time increasing the superintendent's total compensation to $414,818, an increase of $35,000, despite unanimously passing a board resolution in March 2019 in which the district promises that no such increase will occur until the board approves a budget with a positive or qualified certification? How else can the increase be evaluated as anything other than a declaration that the purported fiscal crisis had passed? Surely you wouldn't backtrack on the promise you gave to taxpayers when you unanimously voted on that resolution in March 2019. Which brings us to the present. As we said from the outset, it is clear to us that the pandemic has meant and will mean financial challenges for our district. But as the superintendents spelled out in their May 18 letter to California's legislative leaders, we're going to need more teachers, psychologists, counselors, nurses, social workers, as well as classified staff, not fewer. Just this week, we learned that Sac City currently has 159 certificated vacancies, not including an additional 40 or more language, speech, and hearing specialists, while this board just voted to lay off another 12 teachers. This sets the stage for a staffing crisis at the beginning of next school year, even worse than last year's, both consequences of poor oversight on your part and SCOE's. As we have in the past, SCTA is prepared to work with the district to find budget solutions that ensure that our students continue to receive the highest quality education possible. Solutions include increasing both state and federal revenue. And then, how is that? So we have a few public comments that will be at 3 that will be at 2 minutes each, and then we have the parent participation that would be at 1 minute each. And the first at 2 minutes is from Maria Rodriguez, and it says, "Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. This is Maria Rodriguez, soon to be a second-time parent of a SUSD graduate. Thank you for the work you, the teachers and staff, have put into continuing our scholars' education while also ensuring equitable access. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot say thank you enough. While I have great appreciation, I also want to advise all of us to consider our words before we say we are putting children first. Very few actually put children first. In truth, most of us, myself included, put ego, paycheck, and reputation ahead of children. A few people truly do put children first, and I doubt anyone sees those people. These are the people who volunteer with no accolade. These are the people who don't raise their voices. These are the people to whom our children will go to when they are most frightened and lost. The vitriol and name calling in the public and on social media is heartbreaking and does not serve children. As one who has fought in front of my children, I can tell you that reconciling with my opponent and moving forward despite ongoing disagreement is the most loving thing I can do for my children. On another note, I am sad that our seniors are missing out on their final quarter with their school community. I asked my senior what he missed the most, and he told me that he misses being in Ms. Manzano's class with his classmates. Yes, they are meeting on Zoom, but truly there is no substitute for the classroom at this time. There are many stellar students I have known and observed in my 16 years as a parent and volunteer. Besides Ms. Manzano, I want to thank two retiring teachers, Ms. Chedoriski, who started my sons on the path of orchestra and band, and Ms. Renssler, who is a teacher that students go back to when they need a hug. The next public comment is from Gulala Shitab and says, hello everyone, I am a laid off child development teacher. I am not sure if you have realized that many of us were laid off out of seniority. It is illegal to lay people off out of seniority, and now, quote, you have to pay so much for legal fees. You all know that money is supposed to be for the students, not for arrogant behavior of yours. That's just a drop in the ocean of problems that Sac City has. None of you have stepped up like a leader to reconcile with the people that are the heart and lungs of the district. Sometimes I feel like you got this, quote, job in order to pave the offices you would like to run for in the future. I believe that since you all couldn't bring a good change, it is time for you all to leave this district, and the public should choose people who can work for the students and teachers rather than against them. Your job is to be impartial, but you have failed to do that and have never stood up for students. The next comment is from Richard Vasquez and says, good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. Thank you for updating the grading policy. It is welcomed as distance learning is new to everyone. Please look to have all teachers at high school sites implement the changes immediately, as many have not. We are not getting the same quality of teaching, so why would we hold students accountable to the same grading? My daughter is on her 7th math teacher this year. Let's get one more to the total to kick off distance learning. Does anyone care? Will that be the final number for the year? I have been pleading with you all year about teacher vacancy and how it has created a negative high school experience for my child and destroyed her favorite subject in school. No, we came from an elementary school in the district that provided us with no sports, no music, no arts, no counselor, no librarian, no after-school programs, no nothing. This is deja vu for me. Now no teachers. This is what my neighborhood schools have provided. Come on. What can I expect my kid to like when she didn't get any opportunities? Well, she liked math. Why did that have to be taken away from her too? Quit ruining our educational experience. You are creating negative outcomes by not providing the most needed help students with full-time teachers at the start of the school year. We don't need rotating doors. We need consistency. Quit allowing this to happen to our site. It has been a problem in years past, according to the SARC. Please make adjustments to the hiring calendar, even the surplus process. We are far behind other districts in the processes. I got an MOU for you. Let's put the students first and adjust the timelines of these processes so the most needed help students get a chance to thrive. Thank you. And then the remaining comments will be at 1 minute each because they're parent participation subject of the 17. And the first is from Elizabeth Ramirez Trejo, and says, my name is Elizabeth Ramirez. My daughter Regina had attended the preschool program with Miss Tamara at Tahoe Elementary. It really breaks my heart that this beautiful family program can be closed because of budget. Some parents and I are committed to pay more to continue with the program, but also we would like to hear ideas, proposals from your side showing us that you really like to continue with the program as we do. We know that you have so many things to think about during this crisis, but please think about this program and our kids' home, hope, happiness, stability. This program shows a better future for our children, parents, and teachers, inspire every child's soul. We are a Mexican family who moved to USA 1 year ago. This preschool program helped us to adapt to this country. My daughter showed a significant progress in her second language acquisition. The next public comment is from Marie Weiss and says, my daughter attends the parent participation preschool at Tahoe Elementary. The parent participation preschool has changed our lives and helped our family more than I could ever say. It has changed our outlook and parenting style and has brought us closer as a family. Preschool is so important and way too expensive. This program serves the families in the middle that don't qualify for affordable/low-income programs and are then only left with the expensive option of private preschool, homeschool, or skipping preschool altogether. I never thought I would be a, quote, PTA mom, unquote, or go to board meetings, but now, because of this program and dealing with the threat to it, I cannot imagine not being involved with the school and PTA throughout my daughter's education. We paid our tuition in full for this spring and have paid our deposit for the fall. Next comment is from Tamara Toby and says, good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Tamara Toby. Most of you know me by now. I am a teacher that has been laid off and trying to fight for our parent participation preschool program. I know that several parents have sent you emails about increasing the fees to sustain the program. There is no doubt the parents and teachers want this program and are willing to pay to keep it sustainable. Please vote to keep our program and help us market this amazing program in the district. As you all know, Miss Anita is battling cancer and will soon be entering into hospice. It will break my heart to know that the district said that we have to self-sustain and then cut our program. Please, we need to keep this program alive in Miss Anita's name. Miss Anita did more for this program than any leader above her. I know the district is struggling, but let this program survive the pandemic and budgetary struggles. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next message is from Nanette Podesta and says, my name is Nanette Podesta, parent in the parent participation preschool. I would like to submit the comment that I am all for the increased fees to make our program self-sustaining. Please save the program and allow us to pay more. The next comment is from Alina Kojakari and says, hello, I support the necessary fee increase proposal presented by parent participation preschool program teachers to the SUSD administration and the Board of Education members. I want to save the preschool program and make it self-sustaining. I am willing to pay the fee to keep it that way. Please approve the new fee structure as quickly as possible so that we know our children have a preschool program in place and so we can begin to budget for these new changes. We are counting on you to work with us to save this essential program. The next comment is from Karina Augusta and says, I'm writing as a community member, Sac City Unified parent and participant for the last 2 years in the preschool program. My family needs this program. My youngest daughter has blossomed while attending this preschool. If the program shuts down, she will have had 2 years of preschool and then a year off before she starts kindergarten. I do not think that will set her up for the best success. I have learned so much and even help out more in my other children's classes. I have twins on the way. due this summer and was planning to have them attend when they're old enough also. I have 2 other students that attend Sac City Unified Schools. If I'm forced to find another preschool for my youngest to attend, we will probably move out of the area to be closer to it and therefore move my other kids to another school district. I am more willing to pay the increase in tuition to make sure the program is self-sustaining. The next comment is from Christy Rivera and says, hello, board and superintendent. Early childhood education should be accessible to all. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Even more unfortunate is that there is a large population who depend on the parent participation preschool because that's our only viable option. We have gone through many meetings just to come to the conclusion that we need to pay more money for this program. Many of us have come to terms with that and have agreed, yes, we will pay more. We will pay more because we know how valuable this program is for our children. Even if that means we need to cut back on other things to fit this increase into our family budget, we will do that because we know it's what's best for our child. The very least you can do is meet us halfway and allow us to keep this wonderful program that has been around for decades. This program is what's best for the district, and the sooner you realize that, the sooner you'll be able to be on our side to fight to save it. The next comment is from Allison West and says, hello, members of the board. I hope you and yours are well. I am an employee of SUSD myself, as I'm a speech language pathologist for the district, and I am a parent of Miss Tamara's parent participation preschool program at Tahoe Elementary, as my son Alan has attended since November. He will be going into kindergarten next year to AM Wynn, and even though his time in the parent participation preschool was cut short due to the pandemic, he benefited tremendously from the socialization and kinder preparedness skills he learned from the preschool program. Even though we will not be a part of preschool next year, I urge you to vote to keep this program. As a parent that will need a preschool program for my younger son the following year, and as a speech language pathologist that serves students from preschool age 6th grade in our district. And the next comment is from Sumi Zook and says, my family is one of countless over the decades that has been shaped by SUSD's parent participation preschool program. I am saddened to know that it is one of the programs that is being considered for termination, and I'm upset that such incredible resources to SUSD and the preschool teachers have been laid off at a time when all parents are struggling to meet their children's educational needs. I stand with the rest of the community built around SUSD's parent participation preschool and pledging my financial commitment to make it self-sustaining. When I came to Sacramento 2 years ago to escape an abusive marriage, I was terrified of how I would be able to survive as a single mom with a 4-year-old and another baby on the way. I'm immensely grateful that I found the parent participation preschool, which provided us with a community and structure and helped me rebuild my self-confidence. The next comment is from Paula, looks like Paula, I can't read the whole last name. It says, my name is Paula Von Lahr. I have been a teacher with the parent participation preschool program for 22 years and was one of the teachers laid off. I have been working with Tamara and the other teachers and parents to find a way to save this program. Many of my parents have sent letters letting you know they want to keep this program and are willing to pay the price needed to make it a self-sustaining program. I came to this district after working in several other types of programs and love how this program is set up with the parents. Please vote to allow this program to become a self-sustaining preschool with guidance on advertising to make this awesome program grow and thrive in this district. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. And the next comment is from Shannon McBrien and says, I support the necessary fee increase proposal presented by Parent Participation Preschool Program teachers to the SUSD administration and to the Board of Education members. I want to save the preschool program and make it self-sustaining, and I am willing to pay to keep it that way. Please approve the new fee structure as quickly as possible so that we know our children have a preschool program in place and so we can begin to budget for these new changes. We are counting on you to work with us to save this essential program. And the next comment is from Wendy Mejia and says, I have 2 little ones attending this preschool program. The program is important to our family and the future of our children's education. I support the program and am willing to pay a higher fee to make it self-sustainable. And the next comment is from Amber Larson. It says, Dear SUSD board members, I support the proposed fee increase presented by the Parent Participation Preschool Program teachers to the SUSD administration and the Board of Education members. I want to save the preschool program and make it self-sustaining. I am willing to pay the fee to keep the program running. Please approve the new fee structure as quickly as possible so that we know our children have a preschool program in place and so we can begin to budget for these new changes. We are counting on you to work with us to save this essential program. Thank you for your support. The next comment is from Hallie Hester, and it says, we are once again asking that you do what you can to save the Parent Participation Preschool. We ask that you increase the fees as needed to make the program self-sustaining, but still find a way to help support the families that cannot afford the increase. Our program serves a diverse cross-section of the community with a range of needs and resources. We want this program to be equitable and accessible to all. Although there are many families that will and can pay more, there are also families that will need help with the tuition increases. This could be in the form of a sliding scale, a deferment of tuition dues for families that need extra time to come up with the added costs, or a scholarship fund. The parents have tried to come up with ways to save the program, but ultimately, we are not the ones that have the resources or decision-making power in this matter. We need your creativity and support. The next comment is from Rebecca Kremer and says, our children have all lost so much over the past couple of weeks. Access to friends, grandparents, the park. They're being told regularly what they cannot do. No hugging, do not get hurt. We cannot go to the ER right now. No shopping, no restaurants. And strange new things they need to do. Wear a mask, sign into Zoom, sit still so your teacher can see you on a tiny video screen. We are getting through this by reminding our kids that this is temporary, that this loss is not forever, that they know that they are loved, valued, and that hugs will return. But my kids also know that the grief they feel at the loss of their preschool might not be temporary. They know that the director of the Parent Participation Preschool Program failed them, that mom and dad have been on meetings and writing letters and researching how to save a program that was neglected by the leaders. The next comment is from Richard Hiroshi Dahl and says, good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. Once again, write to you with the hope that you will take action to save the Parent Participation Preschool Program. I believe you all see the value in our program, but we need to see that belief backed up with your deeds. Time and again, the parents have been tasked with solving this issue and saving the program. We have given you our ideas and the ball is now in your court. Make the right decision. And the last comment is from Rebecca Gross. And she sent 2 pictures as attachment, but no comment, but the pictures. And it says, I love Miss Tamara. I love preschool. We are washing our hands, from Ada, age 4. Let's see. And a second one says, Sue's boss, this is why I want you to keep Miss Tamara's class. I like the cool down area. I don't want you to fire Miss Tamara because she's the best teacher I've known. Ada is one of my sisters and she has a lot of fun and will be ready for kindergarten. And it's from Edison, age 5. And that's the last public comment.
President Ryan, your microphone is off.
Can you hear me? Better? Can you hear me now? Okay. Hearing to receive the public comment and approval of the district's initial proposals regarding SEIU Local 1021 collective bargaining agreement negotiations for the 2020 to 2023 year.
Thank you, Board President Ryan. Good evening, and good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. And coming up on the screen will be the PowerPoint for the first item. The three are similar. This is a public hearing in order to make sure that you and the public is aware of the upcoming negotiations on successor contracts with bargaining partners. This is regarding SEIU Local 1021 and the collective bargaining agreements for 2020 through 2023. Next slide, please. So we are here to share our intent to bargain proposals that relate to matters within the scope of negotiations, and that this hearing provides the public an opportunity to know what we will be discussing, and that we will in fact be beginning negotiations. The district's initial proposals, other known as sunshines, are being presented so that you and the public have an idea, one, that negotiations will be beginning on the successor contract, and two, that these are the scope of areas that we will be looking at. Next slide. SEIU Local 1021 current contract expires this June 2020, and what we will be bargaining in successor negotiations will be the collective bargaining agreement for a 2020 through 2023 successor contract, again looking at a 3-year term. The district team will make proposals to any or all of the articles that you'll see on the following slides in order to make updates to language to ensure consistency with state, federal laws, and also to ensure the fiscal solvency of the district, and of course to maintain efficient operations. You can see on this slide here, Articles 1 through 25, which are each of the articles within the SEIU contract are what we are sunshining for you in order to begin negotiations. Any questions?
Do we have any public comment?
No, no public comment.
Okay. Do we have any board member comments? I'm not seeing any board member comments. All right. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand.
Could we have a roll call vote just for the...
Sure, we can ask for a roll call vote. Superintendent?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Ryan?
Member Ryan stepped away real quick.
Preferential student board member vote, student member.
There's no preferential.
Got it.
All right. Sorry, the agenda is not right in front of me. Superintendent, do you have the agenda right in front of you?
Yes, item 9.2.
Thank you.
is hearing to receive public comment and approval of the district's initial proposals regarding Teamsters Union, Local 150 Collective Bargaining Agreement negotiations for 2020 to 2023, presented also by Chief McCarn.
Again, good evening and thank you. We are here to share with you. This actually looks like 9.3 that's on the screen. There we go. So, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next slide. I'm sorry. I think this looks like 9.3. I can, let me pull it up and I can keep going. Oh, there we go. Okay. Next slide, please. So in this, again, we are here to ensure that both the board and public are aware of our intention to begin negotiations, successor contract negotiations, given that the Teamsters Local 150 collective bargaining agreement expires June of 2020. And per Ed Code, we want to provide the opportunity for both the board and the public to, one, become aware, and also to share the scope of negotiations that we, the district team, intends to begin in that process. This is called sunshining, and as we do, next slide, that's perfect, thank you. And as we do that and engage in negotiations with Teamsters Local 150, we will be looking to do a successor contract for the next 3 years that would go from 2020 through 2023. The district will make proposals to any or all the articles that you'll see on the next slide to update the language to ensure consistency with state and federal laws and district solvency as well. The articles 1, 2 through 23 are actually all of the articles in Teamsters Local 150 contract, which again, we will be engaging in through the negotiations process. That's it.
Okay.
Public comment?
Item 9.
Public comment.
Oh, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, no public comment.
Sorry, we're still having a very weird echo in the background. Okay.
Call.
And it says that this is a roll call vote, but we're just receiving.
No, we're not.
I'll move it.
Okay.
A second.
Okay. All those in favor, actually, we'll do a roll call vote. Superintendent, please call roll.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
President Ryan?
Aye. Okay. Item 9.3, hearing to receive public comment and approval of the district's initial proposals regarding the Teamsters Classified Supervisors, TCS, collective bargaining agreement, negotiations for the 2020 to 2023 period.
Thank you, Board President Ryan. Similar to the other public hearings, this is the intent is to ensure that both the public and the board are aware of upcoming negotiations, successor contract negotiations with Teamsters Classified Supervisors, otherwise known as TCS. Their current contract expires June of this year. The district would be seeking to provide proposals, and in order to do that, we sunshine to let both the public and the board know that these negotiations are about to begin. Next slide, please. Similarly, the intent of the district's negotiation team would be to try to work through a contract and get a contract that would go from 2020 through 2023, a 3-year successor contract. The district will make proposals to any of the or all the articles that you'll see on the next slide to ensure that there's consistency with state and federal laws as well as fiscal solvency, and to ensure that we maintain efficient operation of the district. The articles that you see, 1 through 24, are actually all of the articles within the TCS contract. And again, the district's team would be looking to make proposals among some or all of those. Questions?
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No.
Board member
No
question?
public comment.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Second.
Student preferential vote? Oh,
No preferential vote.
No preferential vote, thank you. Roll call?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
President Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan and other initiatives. Item 10.1, approve the 2019-2020 third interim financial report and 6-month update. This evening will be presented by Rose Ramos.
Muted. Hold on.
Rose, I think you're muted.
Oh, shoot.
No.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. So this report represents actual information through April 30th with projecting the last 2 months of this fiscal year 1920, along with projecting the 2 multi-years in which follow 1920, 2021, and 21-22. And so next slide, please. And we have Tammy Calais, our budget director, who will be co-presenting with me a little later in the presentation as well. So this is what we have for the agenda tonight for the third interim report. This is the same information that you've seen with the other interims, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go over every single one of these in this bullet format, but this information is contained within the report. So if we can go to slide 3. And these are the educational codes that govern the financial reporting requirements for school districts. And we are adhering to these. And the third bullet is the one that applies to this report because we have a negative certification in the other interims, so we are required to file a third interim. Next slide, please. And this is just a little history on the district's fiscal status. We know that our budget was disapproved by SCOE this year because of our projected unrestricted general fund negative ending balance in our third year. And we've also received a negative certification for first interim, a negative certification for second interim. And because we are unable to meet our financial obligations in our third year. And so SCOE has assigned our fiscal advisor, and we are under a stay and rescind still. Next slide, please. So this next slide is just a summary of the changes in the third interim report. And a little later in a couple of slides in the future, Cami will go over the specific details. But just overall, at a high level, our revenues did increase by $4.4 million. From second interim, and we did see some expenditure savings and budget adjustments of 2.3, and we have a one-time in front of those because that's typically what happens about this time of the year, and they are one-time in nature, and we'll explain those as well. This third interim report is assuming a 0% COLA, with cash flow showing as positive through May 2021, and our challenges starting in 2021. June of 2021. However, our multi-year projections will not meet the 2% required reserve in 21-22, and we still need a negotiated solution to achieve ongoing reductions. Now I'm going to back up just a little bit, if you can just stay on that other slide. We know that this information now, as of May revise, it came out, the specific details that were released on this past week after we prepared third interim. We know that districts are facing a negative 10% COLA, which is actually be an effective COLA of 7.92%. And we'll go into detail how you get into that 7.2% later in the presentation. But this information, I just want to, reinforce that it was prepared prior to all those details coming out. And so we did not have an opportunity to include many of them, but some of them we did, and we'll go over those that are included from May revise in third interim. And then we still know that the state budget is not yet enacted, so there will be additional changes coming. But whatever we know is in the May revise as a budget development will be included there. So just wanted to preference that and not, alarm anyone with that 0% COLA. That was the last and best information we had when we prepared this. So next slide, please. Now, here are the changes from second interim to third interim, just in summary, and Cami will go into a little bit more detail. But just wanted to show you really quick, the second table there is our second interim. And what's important, of course, always is our deficiency or excess and our ending fund balance, because that determines our ending fund balance, whether or not we are going to be able to meet our minimum required reserve and for how long, which determines whether we file positive, qualified, or negative. So at second interim, we were projecting a deficit altogether of about 11.7 million and an ending fund balance of about 58.65 million. And just to remind everyone that second interim was reporting actuals through January 31st of this year, and then projecting for the remaining months. So we have to keep in mind that when we set up our budgets, it's just like anyone else's budgets, right? We assume that, based on certain factors like trend analysis or fixed costs and variable costs, that this is what the district anticipates to spend. But that doesn't always pan out to be perfectly 100%, on budget. It's like anyone's personal budget. You plan to spend so much on the expenses, on living expenses in a month, but they may not come in exactly to the penny what you projected. And so district budgets are no different. We can project as best we can based on the information we have. And then it is our responsibility, certainly as we go throughout the year, to adjust that budget based on new information. I don't know, let's say that we are unable to fill a couple of positions, so we have some vacancy savings. Therefore, we will reduce that budget in that line item by that dollar amount so we can liquidate those and make those resources available. And the same is true for some of our fixed costs. Our fixed costs would include our statutory benefits that are tied to those salaries that may not have a person in that position because it's vacant. So therefore, those are adjusted down as well. And then the same is true for some of our other expenses. So that's part of the explanation in third interim for that change, which is the top table there. And you are seeing that the district in the unrestricted column is projecting to end the year. And again, I say projecting because we're not done with this year. We still have May and June. We're projecting to end the year with about a 3.2 increase or surplus in our unrestricted side. And this was based on, and if you just quickly compare, you look at our revenues at second interim compared to third interim, our revenues did go down. So where this gain was made is on our expenses. We had a decrease in expenses. And this is for those reasons that I just described. It was some vacancy savings and then some savings in some of our operating cost line items. But when we look at the restricted side, we see a little bit of the opposite happening. We do see that they did have an increase in their revenue, and their expenses did go down just a bit, but their contributions went down just a bit as well. And so overall, the district did see a slight improvement, but I caution you that this isn't, ongoing improvement. These are one-time savings just because we didn't fully spend, or we're not anticipating to fully spend some of these line items. So yeah, I mean, it's great that we have a 3.2 surplus, but when we put it in perspective, you'll see in our cash flow analysis that our average monthly cash flow is about $50 million. And our average payroll per month is about 40 million. So the 3 is, just a kind of a drop in the bucket when we, apply it to our true needs. So just to put perspective on that one. So if we go to the next slide, please. This is just the change, the net change from second interim. And so this kind of recaps for you where those changes occurred that got us to our new projected ending balance of 5.8 million. That's the total change in ending balance. So you'll see it's broken up by unrestricted and restricted. In our unrestricted, you see we did have a decline in revenue from second interim. And then on the restricted side, we did have an increase in revenue. And then as we go down and we look at the total expenditures on the unrestricted side, our expenses, as I explained earlier, you do see a savings of 1.4 million. And on the restricted, you see the same thing. And they're in different categories. For the unrestricted side, it's mostly in our salary line items because we did have some vacancy savings there and are anticipating that. However, that can change. I mean, we don't know by how much, but we have 2 months left in operating costs to still accrue. And so we'll see a final expenditure for both categories once we close the books. So now the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Cammie, and she's going to dive into the details a little bit more to explain those changes.
Okay, good evening. So for third interim, starting with unrestricted revenue. So there's a decrease in our projected LCFF revenue of about $215,000. That's due to a decrease in our non-public and community day school ADA. For our local revenues, we have an increase of about $91,000 for grants and donations. Next slide, please. As far as our salaries and benefits, we did have one-time savings. Some of that's in our vacancies as well as our sub-account lines, and just reconciling some of those vacancies. So what staff, they complete reconciliations monthly and they move down any savings. We're unable to account for savings ahead of time. So if it remains unfilled, then at that point, they're able to reconcile, move that savings down. So we had 3.9 million there. We had an increase in supplies and services. So as staff moves down some of the vacancy savings onto our supply lines, departments and school sites are able to utilize some of that savings onto their supplies and services as needed. And then we also have additional costs in capital outlay, 32,000, indirect costs of 335, and then a decrease in our contributions of 5.4 million, which is a one-time savings. And so on the restricted side, we had an increase in our projected federal revenue. Again, that's just aligning budget to actual award allocations. An increase in our projected state revenue of 758. 666,000 of that is due to COVID-19 state relief funds. 45,000 was in CTE CPA funds. 45,000 is from the clean tech renewable energy. And then an increase in our projected local revenue. We had approximately 213 in grants and donations. And then we had a decrease in our contribution of 5.4 million. Most of that is in special ed. We had a slight decrease also in our contribution to our charters, but then we had a slight increase for our fee-for-service programs. And on the restricted side expenses, we had an increase in salary and benefits of 2.2 million. That again is budget adjustments, a decrease in our supplies and services for 3.4. And our indirect cost was aligned with program changes. And for our multi-year projection, so moving from what we showed at second interim to third interim, now using the 0% COLA, we have a decrease of 8.5 million in fiscal year 2020-21. And in 21-22, we anticipated a decrease of 20.3 million. This again was using 0% COLA for third interim, which we know is no longer the case with May revise. And then as far as the assumptions that were used, we included increase for contributions for SURS and PERS per statute, an increase in health of 7%, an increase in utilities for about 500,000, an increase in special ed of 14.1 million, 7.1 of that is in fiscal year 2020-21, and 7 million in fiscal year 21-22. We have a decrease in teaching positions due to declining enrollment, so about 7.0 FTE, which accounts for 800,000. We are anticipating expending approximately 9 million of our CARS funds in fiscal year 2021, with the remainder being expended the remainder in 21-22. And then this slide shows the multi-year from third interim as well as the projected 2 fiscal years out. So with our third interim, we're currently showing a net decrease of 5.9 million, which will reduce our ending fund balance down to 64.3 million. And then in projected year 2020-21, we have a net decrease of 37.4 million, which will drop our ending fund balance down to 26.8 million. And then in projection year 21-22, we have a projected decrease of 61.7 million, which we will drop our ending fund balance down to that negative 34.89 million. And this again was using that 0% COLA scenario, which we know is no longer the case with May revise. So, but even with that 0% COLA, we were showing a projected net decrease of approximately 62 million in that third year out.
Okay, so I will take over from here. Here is the multi-year projection, again, assuming a 0% COLA, which still is it doesn't leave the district in good shape. The blue bars are the current year, which we do have to show that. And then the red bars are next year, and the green bars are the third year out. The concern is of course, now that we are projecting to have less revenue, how quickly is that going to accelerate our cash flow issue? And as you can see by the red bar, if it's clear for you to see, if you go over to April, May-ish, you start to see the red drop below the positive line. And that continues through June, and then start all over again at July with the green bars. We do start off with a positive, and that is because one thing I forgot to mention here, but it is included in the slide, is that this does include the cash deferral for June of this year, in addition to including the cash deferrals for 2021 for both May and June. And so it doesn't mean we're not going to get the money. It just means that the state delays in giving us the funds by a month or two, by pushing out that cash receipt by a month or two. So if we start to look at 21-22, the green bars in July, where we recover a little bit. We recover in July. August looks still positive. So September still looks positive. But by October, we start to decline again in cash, and we do not recover from that point, except for the 1 month in January. But it's not a recovery enough to sustain the remainder of the year. And so, and this is just assuming a 0% COLA. So as you'll see in a future presentation, now that we've applied a higher negative percent COLA, this situation gets a lot worse. And again, I'm just going to remind everyone that the district's cash flow needs are, monthly, about $50 million for 10 months out of the year. Those are our operating months. We only have 2 months where cash flow is below that. One of the lowest ones is in July, where it's about 18 million. And then it picks up again starting in August, going through September. And again, payroll, it represents a big piece of that cash flow need. It's about 40 million. So if we can go to the next slide. And this is just some data for you on our cash flow needs, with August being at 18, and July being at 8. And then June is our highest at about 60, because we're, quickly trying to process all of our year-end accounts. And this is based on 19-20 projected cash flow. So the next slide, you've seen this before, what GFOA recommends, about 17% reserve, or 2 months of, which represents 2 months of average payroll. For the district, it's 86 million. Our current reserve is at 2%, which is 11.5 million roughly. So it's not even close to covering a month of our payroll at all. So the next slide, this is our budget calendar that you've seen before, our timeline. It just shows what the budget cycle is for this coming year up until we adopt the budget, and then we start with our new year. And then this next slide is just the progress that we're making on the FCMAT risk analysis that was done on the district back in October 2018. And with every interim report, we will be providing you with an update on how we are progressing with each of these findings. Some of them are taking a little longer to complete, but nonetheless, they have been attempted. And so some of these columns will explain that. And there is a very detailed report on the district's website that does go into detail on each of the findings and what work has been done to date and what the expectation is for completing that finding. And then the next slide is the May, again, to remind everyone of May revise. It just came out last week, and just again, that it was just not a very positive state budget projection for any of us. The state is projecting that deficit of 54 billion with 41 billion revenue decline. And so we already know that we are going to expect to see some funding reductions. There is some discussion about relief for K-12s, and we will go into more detail in the May revised presentation that's coming up shortly. And so the next slide, this is the one we wanted to share with you, just so you have an idea of some of the high level and big ticket items in May revised that's projected or proposed for K-12 and what we've included in third interim and what we have not. So the first one we discussed that LCFF funding reduction is going to be at 10%, and they're going to eliminate that 2.31% COLA. So overall, the effective reduction is a 7.92% COLA to LCFF. And we've gone ahead and prepared the three scenarios under the third interim because we weren't sure what the actual COLA was going to come out to be. And we still don't know, right? There's still negotiating that has to happen before the state budget is enacted. And then the other item that is included in third interim is the LCFF cash deferral from June 2020 to July 2020. It's about 27 million. And we've also included next year's deferral, which is an extra month. And then we did factor in the special ed funding increase to AB 602, the 645 base, which is about 2.5 million for the district. The next item, the STRS PERS employer rate decreases, we did not include those. We didn't have those details when we were finalizing third interim. And what is included is COVID-19, the federal relief of 16 million, and then the state relief funding of 660,000. So we have a little note down at the bottom that says anything with an asterisk are the factors that are included in the third interim report for tonight. And the next slide is just a summary of all prior reductions that the district has made in this last year and a half, more than 30 million. Some are one-time, some are ongoing. And this is from a presentation that was shared with the board in the prior year. And so quite a bit of work. And so in summary, we are going to continue to need a solution. If we could switch to the next slide, please. We do need an ongoing solution, and now more than ever. Not that we didn't need one, desperately before, but we had a little bit of extra time on our hands since we were counting on a larger ending fund balance because we were banking on receiving some type of COLA for LCFF. But now we know not only are we not going to get a COLA, but it's going to be a negative COLA, which means a reduction in the district's revenue, which is really going to accelerate the cash flow issue and the insolvency for the district. So the next reporting period is the budget that we will be for the coming year of 2021. We'll be presenting that to you in June. And then we have another presentation for you, more items from now to update the information now that May revise has been made available to us. And so that concludes third interim if there are any questions.
Thank you, Rose. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, there is one public comment from Nikki Malevsky. And it says, here we go again. Despite its rhetoric to the contrary, this school board may go down in the record books as the least accurate, least transparent, and least focused on oversight of any school board in Sac County history. Since August 2018, the district, with the support of Dave Gordon and SCOE, has claimed to be on the brink of insolvency, statements that have turned out time and again to be simply false. Throughout 2018-19, the district, with the concurrence of SCOE, projected a $35 million deficit only to end the year breaking even. Last year, based on your lack of oversight, you voted to eliminate 175 certificated and 200 classified positions. The district ended 2018-19 by breaking even. Fast forward to 2019-20, here we go again. In its original budget of July 2019, its first interim budget in December 2019, and its second interim budget in March 2020, the district projected a deficit in 2019-20 of between 1.9 and 2.5 million in unrestricted dollars. Now the district projects to run an unrestricted surplus of 3.2 million. For 18 months, the district has been crying wolf. Unfortunately, now that the pandemic may be creating some true financial distress to school districts, absent more robust intervention from the state and federal government, as the third interim budget makes clear, there is no indication that the district is any more transparent or accurate in its budget projections. In this budget, the district writes that it is, quote, committed to identifying areas where savings may be achieved in a manner that is fair and equitable without substantial disruptions to our educational programs. The district will continue to evaluate its programs and staffing levels and other supply and services expenditures in order to determine whether additional non-negotiable savings may be achieved, unquote. If in fact this is a commitment the district actually intends to honor, the pandemic may create an opportunity to develop a more constructive relationship with your certificated and classified staff. We intend to hold you to your commitment. And that's the only public comment.
Thank you, Anne. We're going to take board member questions and comments at this time. Anne, if you can set the clock at 20 minutes. We're about an hour and 10 minutes behind, but this is such a critical conversation that we want to utilize the full 20 minutes of Q&A from board members. I would ask once again, I won't limit you to 2 questions, but to be respectful of allowing our colleagues to also contribute to the conversation. Board member Minnick.
President Ryan, can I just interject very quickly because we do have another presentation about the May revise. So I'm going to just ask Rose that if there's a question that you think is more applicable to answer after the second presentation, please let our board members know so that we can actually get through that presentation as well.
Just real quick, Ms. Ramos, and this is just in response to the public comment we just heard, suggesting that what you just presented was a surplus and that we're in a good financial situation. Can you just clarify that? Because that's not what I saw. And if you could just clarify maybe what was misunderstood in that comment, because I want to find out what because what I saw was we have funding at some point, and then years out, then we're back where we started. Can you just clarify that for us?
I can, sure. So the surplus that we're seeing, that was only for the unrestricted part of the budget in the general fund, and that was only for this year, for the 19-20 year that we're currently in, right? And we know that this year we do have sufficient reserves to finish this year. But the problem is that our reserves are not great enough to carry us the 2 out years out where we have huge deficits. And so what you need to do is look at that information and then turn over to slide 14. Slide 14 tells the entire picture, right? It'll carry over the reserve that you have and run it through the 2 out years and show you that it is not sufficient at all. And even assuming that, you know, the 3.2, that's a good thing, putting it in perspective in terms of the district's budget, what does it pay for? Well, we know our payroll is about 40 million a month. I mean, that's pretty insignificant. And it doesn't even pay for our operating costs, which are another, 5 to 8 million per month. So, I mean, we're moving in the right direction in the unrestricted, don't get me wrong, but it's a drop in the bucket. And it's only because we did not fully spend everything we thought we were going to spend by April 30th. That's like anyone else's budget, whether you own a corporation or your household budget, you anticipate that your expenses per month are X amount of dollars, but you know that at the end of the month, they're not going to come in exactly on that, exactly to that amount. And that's the same thing that happened here with the district. And when you put 3.2 million and compare it to the entire budget, I mean, that's way less than 1% of our budget. That's pretty tight.
Great.
Yeah, and then
if we look at it at one moment in time, it doesn't really matter if we have, expenses coming up. If I have $20 in my pocket, but I have $100 in expenses tomorrow, I don't really have a $20 surplus, right?
Correct.
President Ryan.
Member Morowski. Sorry, Board Member Minnick, were you not done?
No, I was just telling you your microphone wasn't on.
Oh, thank you. Board Member Morowski?
Thank you, President Ryan. And I think I will probably save most questions till the other presentation, because I recognize this third interim was prepared, as you said, with the information we had at the time, which unfortunately doesn't reflect the depth of the fiscal situation at state level. I do want to ask one question that's specific to the third interim, and that would be on slide 9. There's a decrease in contributions. I guess it's slide 9 or 10, depending on how you. I think it's the same thing, but it's the 5.4 million decrease in contributions. Just wondering if you could say a little bit more about that. I heard that it was mostly special education. Do we have a sense of why, of what happened between second interim to third interim? It seems like a big jump. So just curious kind of what was going on there. And, I'm like a broken record a little bit on this, I know, but just having, more transparency around what's going on in the special ed budget, I think will help us all. So
Sure. Yeah, and I'll let Cammie reply to that question. She worked on the contributions. Cammie, if you could.
Sure. So most of that is in special ed. So I believe about 5.1 million of that was related to special ed. And so some of it was due to personnel savings, and a lot of it was in supplies. And then we had some professional development that did not take place. So a lot of that just was canceled. So I know comments were made regarding second interim and third interim. So second interim didn't reflect COVID-19. So there's a lot of professional development that did not take place that obviously could not have been projected at second interim. So there's savings there. And then as far as supplies also, we had a huge savings in some supplies that was not purchased for this fiscal year. But a lot of the professional development, I know special ed has requested that once it is rescheduled, they do plan on attending next fiscal year. So that, again, is going to depend on when and if some of that is scheduled out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. So in fact, I'm hearing, if I'm hearing that correctly, most of that cost would actually not mean that we actually had lower expenditures or could expect lower expenditures in terms of a trend, but actually the opposite for next year. Some of those costs would get then pushed on to the next next fiscal year. Okay, I just think that's an important note in terms of what we can expect for next fiscal year as we see some of those costs shift. I think that's all I have for this. Thank you.
Is we can add the time that we have remaining in this in the subsequent may revise update to extend the conversation, because I think a lot of the questions will come reflective of the current reality versus the snapshot in the moment in time, which this third interim was. I do just want to ask one question before we move on. I don't see any others. Much has been made of the variance between projections and actuals. And in fact, it was suggested that we should not believe the integrity of the numbers because Sac City never has an ending fund balance that matches the projections. And so I would like you to again restate, as a professional in this field, since we have had this come up over the years, what it means to match on the dollar the projections and the actuals, and what you have seen in your experience as a CBO in other districts.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen anyone come in exactly what you project in, starting with budget adoption. And you have all probably in your professions have never seen that happen. That would be amazing. And I may stand corrected. Maybe I don't, Superintendent Gordon or Tammy or Terry or someone has seen that ever. but never. And it's very common to see that change, and which is why we present to you often budget changes and budget updates, just so that we can bring you up to speed on where we're at with the budget, where we are with actuals, and if we're trending less or more and why. And so this district has done pretty good. Under 1%, given that we're a $500 million organization, is pretty good. I would say if you were trending higher than that, then maybe we got to really relook at how much we're budgeting. But that's very tight. That's a very, very close budget. And what we're doing in between is that we are constantly, like Cami explained, every month our staff is reconciling accounts and looking for those trends where if we are seeing that something is, under budget or over budget, we're making those corrections so that the budget reflects a little better every single time. And then, of course, when you get to the end of the year, it's far closer.
So thank you, Ms. Ramos, because I do want to follow up to that because, once again, this is a snapshot in the moment in time. And so we know that sometimes we receive bills and those bills are actually paid at a different date. And therefore, the accounting for that will also be recognized differently. So when we submit a report that is the best data we have, that is the snapshot in that moment in time, is it inaccurate if there is a change that is a less than 1% variance from one snapshot of the accounting to the next interim accounting and shoring up of the numbers?
No, not at all. It's not accurate. It's normal. That's just a normal budget life, right? That's to be expected. We can't guess exactly 100% what we're going to spend next month or 2 months or 6 months from now. We can estimate, and we have some pretty good estimates based on fixed rates and fixed costs and variable costs. But, like Cami explained, sometimes staff development has to get canceled, and it may be not because of COVID-19, for other reasons, or you don't fill positions. And we can't anticipate that. We just, can prepare based on the information we have at that time. But that does not mean the budget isn't accurate. It's kind of like, it's a very fluid kind of a process, if you will.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. So just to summarize, we are within 1%, which is about as tight as it comes in terms of accounting. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, we're going to move on to item 10.2. This was, actually we need to approve the third interim. Can I please see a motion and a second?
I'll move.
Second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Roll call vote?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
President Ryan?
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item 10.2, the update on progress towards the state auditor and SICMAT recommendations to revise board policy 3100, business and non-instructional operations, budget reserves and use of one-time funds, also this evening presented by Rose Ramos.
We brought you this item, board members, back in February, and the plan was to bring these back again in March, but with the COVID-19, things got delayed and postponed. So we're bringing this back as another first read, just to share with you what the plan was to address some of the state audit findings, and also to implement some board policies that are more in line with better budgeting practices. And so, I don't have to repeat everything. If you could go to the second slide, please. The first one just speaks to the reserves for economic uncertainty and the need to increase this. And there was a concern that perhaps 5% was a little steep, and we understood that was a goal. It didn't mean that we were going to adjust the budget to achieve a 5%, immediately, but the district would work towards this. And there was some comments made about maybe let's find some language about restoring, should we ever get to a 5% and then we find ourselves in a year where we can't meet that, would we want to be that restrictive and say that we're going to restore at a rate of 1%? So we just found some language and we've added that here for your consideration. And again, no decision tonight, just for your first read and then for additional comments and any questions that you might have. So that's the reserve for economic uncertainty. Next slide. Just again, list what are the benefits in increasing the reserve, just to buffer against future funding reductions or unexpected liability increases, and it gives a district time to adjust their budget a little more thoughtfully than standard rush process. And then the next slide is just some data for you. Our current reserve is 2%, which is about 11.5 million. A proposed 5% based on our current budget would be about 28 million. And again, just repeating what does that mean, for the district in terms of putting it into perspective in our operating costs. The next slide is the use of one-time funds. And again, just putting in some language there about the best practice for using one-time funds and the disclosure that they should only be used as a last resort and certainly not for ongoing expenditures on a regular basis. And to make sure that this is disclosed. It should be part of the annual budget process, and the board will know when the district is using one-time funds and for what and in what manner. And then the next slide are just the benefits again, that we should not be using to sustain long-term expenses because, that gets the district in a situation where we are left without a sustainable plan or an exit strategy. And then the next one is just the summary. So, we're just bringing this back for your consideration and review and for any questions, comments, or any additional research you'd like us to do before we bring this back for consideration.
Do we have any public comment on this item before we take board member questions?
No public comment.
Thank you, Anne. I saw board member Garcia with her hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I just had a quick question. I know we're not approving this policy tonight, but I think that something that goes along with approving this policy is really understanding what the plan is to get to 5%. I don't know if it's 1% a year in addition to the 2%. And then I don't know when that plan comes along with this board resolution as we are poised to vote on it the next time we see this. So is that something that comes separate and apart from the resolution, or something that gets included?
We can. It's a goal. Again, I can, I have to reiterate that this is a goal. Certainly, we have to first meet our deficit and get ourselves out of the situation before we can even, practically start to think about building a reserve above a 2%. So it would be a goal, and we could put together a plan. But this just sets your policy in place so that as a district that this is what the district would like to achieve, or this is what the district has in place as far as reserves are concerned.
Well, I think it's still important to have a plan in place, to meet that goal once we're out of this deficit. And I know it's going to be a bit of time, but the plan should be there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Board Member Morawski.
Thanks so much. Thanks for bringing this back. I think it's really important, and it's something that, is a policy and can get kind of lost. So I appreciate your focus on this issue. And being on, a fiscal call, or I can't even remember what presentation it was, but one of the big things that that folks were discussing in terms of the state budget were sets of reserves. So the state budget reserve being, buffering the impact of this COVID crisis on all state programs. And then within education, folks focusing on the fact that districts at the district level generally have reserves. I think that they're around 15% or 17% on average. Now, some of that is because there are a lot of small districts, so they need a higher reserve level. But the thought was that, these can buffer at the district level, having these significant reserves because folks were in pretty good shape. could buffer the effect of the crisis. So it just speaks to how important it is to have adequate reserves. I think 5% is a very reasonable number. It's not a lot compared to, say, monthly payroll, but it's higher than our minimum, and I think that's a good target to shoot for. I do have one suggestion on the reserve policy language. I would suggest a delayed implementation. Like you could put in language that says by the 2022-23 fiscal year, this should be, because I just don't think it's realistic that, we implement this in the next 2 years. And so I think I feel like I agree with Member Garcia in terms of we really won't see this happening in the next 2 years. So if we want to be very honest about how we see this policy playing out, I think a delayed kind of effective date would solve that and make it clear that it is a target, is that we want to get there. But given the fiscal situation we're in, that's, I don't think there's any disagreement that that's not going to happen. So that would be my suggestion on the one-time or the reserve funds issue. I also had a suggestion on the one-time funds language and process, and I really appreciate that that policy. I think it'll be really important to have really good clarity around what the one-time funds are, when they run out, what we fund with them. And so I would just suggest we include in the policy and also create a process where we have a form, a kind of a standardized supplemental budget display that shows this information, so we can kind of operationalize that and make it part of the process, so it doesn't just become, oh, we showed the board this information on a slide or something, and then it could get lost if there were changes or something. So I think just having something, some kind of standardized form to communicate that information that was clear would be a big help. So I'd like to see that in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Morawski. Rose, I just want to again commend you for bringing this back before us. This has been 2 longstanding recommendations of SICMAT and other auditors looking at the deficiencies of Sac City Unified and trying to address areas that would help us be stronger stewards of our dollars. I frankly find it distressing that having a reserve policy has been such a contentious issue, and that we have continued to, as it has been well documented for decades, use one-time funds in hopes that they can cover ongoing expenses. I don't want us to lose sight of that because of the fiscal crisis that we are currently in, not maybe in, are in. I think it is absolutely imperative that we continue to put in place policies and practices that are the hallmark of high-performing districts across the state. And I applaud you for keeping the eye on trying to ensure that happens, Rose. So it looks like we don't have any other questions or comments on this item. This is an information-only item. So we will be moving on to item 10.3, the May revised budget update and district's fiscal recovery plan, which will be presented this evening by Rose Ramos and Leilani.
Yes. Good evening again. Okay, so we have the May revised to the governor's proposed state budget for you, and the agenda for this evening is, if you could advance to the next slide, please. Leilani will be presenting first to give an overview of the May revise, the impact on the state budget and what it means specifically to K-12s. And then I will follow up with the impact on the district, cash, and our fiscal recovery plan. And we do have Vincent Harris, who will be sharing in the presentation with me. And then we will have some remarks by Tammy Sanchez, the CBO for SCOE. And so with that, I will turn it over to Leilani.
Thank you, Rose, and good evening, board members and superintendent. Thank you again for the opportunity to present to the board today. So just as a caveat, I'm going to be throwing a lot of information at you. I know that Rose already teased a lot of the information in the third interim report, and there's going to be a lot of information on these slides, but I know with the late hour, I will just be powering through, and there's probably more information than you need on the slides, but I'll just be highlighting some of the major points on the slides, and then happy to answer any questions at the end, since I'll just try to power through here as much as possible. So here, just summarizing information that we already covered at our last board meeting. We already had this information from a preview that the governor had provided before the release of the May revision on May 14. And so just as a reminder, what we're dealing with here, significant losses in revenue, about more than 41 billion over 1920 and 2021 that are projected as part of the May revision. And then when you factor in the anticipated increase in the need to access safety net services, the governor is building in a $54 billion shortfall in his May revision. Next slide, please. So here, this is what the impact is of that shortfall on Proposition 98, which, as we know, is the state funding level that goes towards K-14 education. So here we see what the big difference is and the sharp decline between what the governor proposed in January for the 3 different years involved in the budget, the differences between the January numbers and then the May revision numbers, with that sharp decline in 2021. What this is translating to is that for LCFF, specifically for the local control funding formula, which is the core of our district's general fund budget, it's going to be a decrease of $6.5 billion that's proposed in the May revision. There was a slight uptick in the statutory COLA between January and May, but as noted here on the slide, that COLA is suspended for 2021. Next slide, please. So here's one of those slides with a lot of information for you. The main reason I included this slide in this presentation is to demonstrate that while it is a 10% reduction that's being applied to the local control funding formula, the practical impact of this 10% reduction is a net negative 7.92 COLA, is how we're explaining it. Because what's happening is first the governor is taking the 1920 base grant for the LCFF. You apply the 2.31% COLA because that's what we would otherwise get if it wasn't for the economic situation we have. And then the 10% reduction is applied. So when you compare the 1920 base grant that we received for LCFF and you compare that to what is going to be provided in 2021, the difference is a negative 7.92%. And then just as a reminder, it's not captured on this slide because this is only listing for you the base grants that we receive for the different grade spans. This cut will also carry through because supplemental and concentration grant levels that we receive as part of the LCFF are based on the base grants. So just so you know that cut does carry through to our supplemental and concentration grant funds that we receive. And then the other thing that's important to note is many of the cuts that the governor has proposed in the May revision will be triggered off if we receive additional funding from the federal government. And this would be additional funding that we would receive on top of the CARES Act, which we'll be talking about here in a few slides. The CARES Act has already been implemented, but as we know, Governor Newsom, our board just adopted a resolution calling for additional federal funding to help mitigate the impacts of the shortfall in revenues that we're experiencing. Next slide, please. As Rose already mentioned, one of the tools that the governor is proposing to help soften the blow a little bit for the cuts that we're experiencing within K-12 education is to do deferrals. So this just reiterates what Rose already mentioned at third interim, but specifically there is a proposal to defer $1.9 billion at the state level that would otherwise be going to schools in June. Instead, we'll get that a couple of weeks later in July 2020. And then there also is another proposal to defer funds in April, May, and June of 21 to sometime in the following fiscal year. And as Rose already mentioned at third interim, this definitely will have significant cash flow implications for Sac City, and Rose is already on top of it. Next slide, please. So other cuts that the governor has proposed, he's proposing more than $350 million in cuts across various categorical programs. So those are listed out here. So just to clarify, the numbers presented here are the reductions that are proposed in each of these different categorical amounts. So this is not the total funding left over, it's the level of the cut that is being proposed. So these will impact Sac City in different ways depending on what kind of categorical programs you avail yourselves of. And it's different percentage reductions in each of these programs. So for example, one of these is maybe about 10-12% of a cut, like the Adult Ed Block Grant, I believe that's about a 16% of a cut. But for CTIG, which I know Sac City does receive money from CTIG, that one is being reduced by more than 50%. So it'll be a smaller pot that school districts will be able to compete for funds if this proposal goes through. Next slide, please. And in addition, another cut that I thought would be worth noting is there is a cut that's proposed for childcare and preschool rates that the district receives. So these are, just another significant cut in our early childhood education programs. Next slide, please. All of that said, there were two bright spots that were part of the governor's May revision. One of them, again, Rose already built in, I believe, into her third interim projections. So if you focus on the bottom right part of the slide in the green, those are the new STRS and PERS employer rates that are proposed for 2021 and for 21-22. So that will be a big source of relief for school districts for the next 2 years. And it won't be costing the state any additional money because he's repurposing money that was already proposed to buy down the liability in the out years. So instead it will be used to pay down the employer rates in the next 2 years. Next slide, please. And then the second bright spot, which again, Rose already built into third interim projections, I believe, is that the base rate for special education, he did keep that proposal from January, which is something that will greatly benefit Sac City Unified. So we were very glad to see that he maintained this proposal to increase the base rate for special education. So currently we're at roughly 557 per ADA. So now the base rate, if this proposal goes through, will increase to 645 per ADA. So that's a significant increase for those school districts that are still funded at the state minimum target. Next slide, please. Okay, we've spent some time already talking about funds that the district will expect to receive under the CARES Act. So on the right side of the slide, the $1.65 billion that we'll be receiving in ESSER money, that's something that Sac City can be assured of receiving. We'll be receiving 90% of that total at the statewide level will be distributed to LEAs. And as we've mentioned before, Sac City will be receiving about $16 million in these one-time funds with a very wide use for us. And then a second pot of money that we've briefly mentioned in the past is $355 million that the state will be receiving in total in the GEAR fund. And that's money that the state can choose to allocate. Next slide, please. And the way the governor has proposed to allocate that $355 million is to throw it into this pot. The total will be $4.4 billion, and it's being proposed to mitigate learning loss. I believe Board Member Garcia mentioned earlier when we were talking about COVID relief and what the district is doing, lots of lawmakers, lots of policymakers have raised concerns about the impact the students dealing with learning loss because of school closures and the reliance on distance learning through this time. And so that's demonstrated here by the governor's proposal to allocate $4.4 billion in CARES Act money that the state is receiving. So this proposal has garnered a lot of attention. He has proposed to allocate this $4.4 billion and really target it at what he believes are the most vulnerable students that are being impacted right now through distance learning and through school closures. $1.5 billion of these funds would be distributed to LEAs based on the students with disabilities that they serve. No estimates have been provided by CDE or by the Department of Finance, but School Services does estimate that this will translate to roughly $1,900 per student. And then the remaining funds, about $2.855 billion, those funds will only go to concentration grant districts. So Sac City will be one of those eligible districts. And then it will go to all students in those concentration grant districts. Again, we do not have any official estimates from CDE or from the Department of Finance, but School Services is estimating that this would be about $735 per student if this money goes through. So there are strings attached, however. If this proposal goes forward, all funds would need to be expended by December 30, 2020, so before the end of this school year. And there are strings attached because the governor would like to see the money focused on 4 different categories to make sure that the funds are being used to help mitigate learning loss. So some of those things are extending the instructional school year, additional academic services such as providing devices like the district has been doing, additional learning supports, things like that. And the other thing that I would like to highlight, though, with this proposal is it is one that's garnered a lot of attention, and we anticipate that it will change significantly between now and when the budget is enacted, just because a lot of other stakeholders and a lot of lawmakers specifically do have other alternatives for how they would like to see the money go out, or perhaps allocating the money towards different things as well. So this is one we expect will change quite a bit before the budget is enacted. Next slide, please. And then the last thing is that the May revision did include a number of tools to help LEAs absorb the reductions that are planned. So these are various tools that would definitely help Rose and her team in balancing the budget and absorbing the reductions that are going to be anticipated through this the budget that's going to be enacted next month. So some of those tools, for example, are excluding the on behalf of employer payments that go towards PERS and STIRS, being able to exclude that from the RMA calculation. So that will help generate some savings for the district. And then another example is the ability to increase interfund borrowing limits. So that's another thing that would be helpful. Next slide, please. That said, there are a lot of flexibilities that we are still waiting for and would be very beneficial for Sac City in 2021. So there's going to be a lot of advocacy for this. This is something that Sac City has already formally asked for as well through various advocacy letters. One of those things, for example, is to have the same ADA hold harmless in 2021 that was granted to all LEAs in 1920 because of COVID. And another flexibility that would be greatly beneficial is flexibility in instructional day and instructional minutes requirements. Because, for example, if we have to employ some sort of creative solution for scheduling next year, or some sort of blended learning that includes a mix of distance learning, those flexibilities in minutes and days would be very beneficial for our district and others around the state. So it's a long road ahead between now and June, just as a reminder. And at this point, I'll turn it back to Rose, and she can walk through what the impacts are for Sac City specifically.
Certainly. Okay, so what we've done is you've seen some calculations that we put out last month. I think it seems like we're coming before you quite often with the budget. Lots of information to share. And we had 3 scenarios that were recommended by FCMAT because the districts we didn't have all the information in terms of the budget, what to plan for. As we started learning more and more about the impact of the COVID-19 on the economy overall. So we prepared the 0% COLA scenario, the -5%, and the -10%. We know that that is going to be most likely a -10%, with that being an effective COLA of -7.92%. But because we did not include in third interim many of those other details that could improve the district's budget in third interim, we felt that a -5% was probably a good, better estimate at this point, not knowing yet where the state budget is actually going to land. And the items that we did not exclude that would help the district would be the STIRS and PERS relief, which for us are proposed to be about $6 million and $5.6 million in the second year in terms of savings. And the other thing that's missing from this as well is the actual balances after our books are closed. We talked about that a little bit at third interim, that we still have 2 months of expenses and revenue that we're projecting. We don't know exactly where those are going to land. So there's an opportunity there to possibly recoup some one-time savings. And then Leilani spent quite a bit of time on the additional federal relief that we might be able to see. So all of these little details will add up and make a difference in reducing a little bit of that negative COLA. And then we're also assuming that the CARES funds at this point are restricted and they have to be spent by December of this year. And we're not sure if that is certain. So the next slide, if you could go there. There. And so now what we've done here is we've said, okay, so assuming that it lands closer to about a negative 5% COLA, this is what our situation would look like. We would have next year, we would have a deficit about 57 million, and in the third year, about 81 million. Our ending balance in that third year is a negative 75 million. These are terrible numbers, of course. And it is 75 million negative because we are starting 21-22 projecting with a beginning balance of 6.7 million. So obviously we have no ability to make our reserve. I'm not even going to go look at the negative 10% because we know it's not going to be a gross negative 10% COLA. So I'm not going to spend too much time there. But it's there just in case you wanted to see that. So assuming that we do have a negative 5% COLA, what does that mean for the district in terms of our multi-year projections? It means that any balances below the 2%, our budget will be disapproved because we will not have the ability to meet our minimum reserve, which is about $11.5 million. And it will result in serious cash flows for the district. We did see what the impact would be with a 0% COLA. Now with this effective COLA, it's going to be obviously far worse. So this next slide, we will show you the COLA at assuming a negative 5%, what it means per year. So the dark blue is the current year, we're fine. The green is the second year and the red is the third year. And I really don't need to go into detail. You can see that by the time we get to the spring of next year, the district starts to have those serious cash challenges and we basically run out of cash without a solution. And so the next slide shows the negative 10%, which is worse, right? This one accelerates it to this year, the fall of this year, about November-ish. We have one good month, which is January when tax receipts come in. And then after that, we fall into a negative situation and we stay negative and we do not recover. So this is very serious, obviously. And so what actions have we taken to reduce the budget since 18-19? We knew we were already headed towards, an unimproved budget and a serious deficit prior to COVID-19. And so about 2 years ago, the district did start implementing some serious reductions in excess of 30 million. And I showed you a slide in third interim that showed the one-time, the ongoing by year. And other measures the district has taken is that we've maximized the use of restricted resources. When Jackie Canfield was here, she presented a presentation, I believe it was at the May 16th meeting of last year, and went into great detail of how they did maximize the use of restricted resources in moving over allowable costs for example, staff development, supplemental teachers, staff training, and did it very carefully because of course these are restricted resources and we have to make sure that we're using them per the guidelines, and then also maximizing the admin portion because with each restricted resource you are allowed to charge a certain amount of admin expenses. For example, with Title I, it's about a 10%, so we have to monitor that very closely. So she pretty much went through the entire budget and applied the maximum amount, and so that's been pretty much tapped out. And there was some reductions in the central office personnel, quite a bit. The reductions in the certificated staffing, we made sure that we were staffing according to class sizes for the collective bargaining agreement. And there was reductions to student services, and the supplies and service levels were reduced to 2 years ago, 17-18 levels. And we also transferred some debt service that was being paid for out of unrestricted general fund to an allowable facility fund, our developer fees. And so these are all the strategic things that districts do when they are combing through their budget to make sure that they're maximizing resources and applying, their expenses appropriately as possible and being very efficient. So the next slide is what's currently on the table for the district. These are some of the proposals that the district has made to SCTA to achieve cost savings. The first includes, which is our biggest one, is our healthcare plan premium contribution. Proposing 100% for individual, 75% for a plus one, and 75% for family, tied to the lowest cost plan, which would be Kaiser. This would generate about $17 million in ongoing annual savings. If we applied that same contribution level to district-wide to all employees, we would generate almost $23 million. And then looking at the OPEB contribution for our certificated unit, if we increase that contribution to 2% above the current contribution, we generate about 3.3 annually. And then there were some smaller modifications to some benefits like prorating benefits for part-time employees and really controlling some of our escalating costs that are tied to some of our hourly rates. That would generate about $600,000 for the district on an ongoing basis. And then our next slide, we're going through this exercise just like all districts throughout the state. I'm sure you're seeing in their budget presentations a menu of budget reductions that they're implementing. We've calculated the cost of one furlough day, or the savings of reducing one furlough day. It's about $1.7 million. A 1% salary reduction is about $3.3 million. Our state auditor that completed the audit recommended 2%. A 5% is about 16.5. 10% is $33 million. And we put those higher percentages here because we've been hearing that at the state level, there is a proposal to reduce state employees' salaries by 10%. So we said, okay, well, what would that mean for our district in terms of ongoing costs? That's a very steep reduction, we understand, for employees, especially those in the lower end of the salary schedules. But it would generate about $33 million in annual savings to the district. And then the next slide is just, again, recapping that there are a few additional non-negotiable budget items remaining in our budget. The previous few slides did show all the reductions the district has made. And so we're just repeating what's been said before, that this is the significant amount of savings that are ongoing will have to come from negotiable items. And then the board, of course, our board does have to consider the impact of any additional non-negotiable budget items in terms of what does that mean for departments, what does that mean for educational programs, because they will have an impact, especially since we're a very lean organization already. And then our next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Harris, who is going to talk a little bit about our student programs.
So ultimately, this slide is just meant to give a sense of, as a system, we've struggled with how do we deal with the crisis at hand. And crisis is in multiple levels. One crisis is, of course, the ongoing pandemic. And subsequently, now we're in the middle of having to resolve some significant fiscal challenges. But we know the center of our system is student success. And so we came back and we've been wrestling with those core things that define our success. So the core value speaks to the fact that we know there's already longstanding inequities long before we face these challenges that are ahead of us. We look to the promise of the guiding principle as a way to say this is what we are looking to fulfill for all of our students. And then ultimately, as the board heard back as we closed our summer, our PELP team actually looked at resetting how we think about our investment decisions for the whole district in terms of grounding every budget and instructional decision in school site and district planning using the principles of continuous improvement with the belief that all children can learn. And so ultimately, as we've been wrestling with what are the next steps, we've been thinking through the program implications. And on the right, we believe those are examples of the things that actually allow us to interrupt the core value, that allows us to fulfill the guiding principle, and frankly allow us to resolve the PELP problem of practice. And so as we think about the budget considerations going forward, we've looked with an eye to try and sustain and maintain the things on the right and other things, because we think they are mission critical for the district to meet the needs of our community and frankly to meet the demands, the rightful demands of the CAC, the LCAP PAC, the DLAC, and other community partners who've demanded of us to get our students to grade level.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So to sum everything up, when we last presented at second interim, we were just looking at a roughly $27 million solution that we needed to achieve. And we know now that that has more than doubled due to this economic crisis and how that has been, passed off or shared. Now it will have to be shared by K-12 districts. And so now we're looking at, $57 million deficit next year, possibly 81 million in the third year. I mean, they're pretty significant. But we still have to continue looking for ways to balance our budget. We've already, as we shared, taken a bulk of reductions in non-negotiable items. And so there's very little for us to look for, but nonetheless, we continue to look for things like, as listed in this slide, requiring that our charter schools have balanced budgets so that the district is not making a contribution from the unrestricted general fund. And again, reducing supplies and contracts to the extent possible. At some point, we have to supply our departments and our operations with things like fuel and tires. They're necessities. They're not necessarily optional items. And so we need to balance those programs also that currently require a contribution from unrestricted funds. And so we are looking at all of these very seriously, but they do come at great cost to some of the programs and services. And yet we still need to resolve this fiscal issue that we're in. And with that, I am going to turn it over now to our Chief Business Officer for SCOE, Tammy Sanchez.
Thank you, Rose. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I want to, because of the changing environment, we felt that it was time to come back to the board and discuss the issue of the emergency loan. Before I get into that, though, I did want to go on a little bit more and give you even some more comments on to the comments Rose already made, answering your question about the changes that happened from second to third interim. And so the first thing I wanted to say on that is that when you look at the education code, and the education code requires an adopted budget and first, second, and third interims, the reason they have that in the education code is because the people that wrote those laws recognized the changing environment that schools are in. And if we knew every dollar's in and out before the year started, we wouldn't need to have those other interim budget reports. The reason it's there is because it's necessary, and they expect it to be changing. If it weren't changing, we wouldn't need them. And when you look at where the revenue sources come for schools, that it's local, state, and federal governments, and we wish that they would tell us in advance all of the money we were going to get before the year started, but we're just not that lucky. They don't tell us everything. And this year, for instance, we didn't know there was going to be a pandemic. So we didn't know all of this federal relief was going to come and so forth. So there's just those things you don't know about before the year starts, which is the reason we have all of the different interim reports throughout the year and all the opportunities to talk about the changes. When you look at your thousands of employees, if all of them stayed and worked their full year and nobody left for sick leave or to take another job or to retire, and that didn't have any, and there weren't any vacancies or anything, then sure, we would know what our expenditures were going to be. But we do expect there to be changes like that. And I have to say, considering the pandemic and considering how many expenditures had to change quickly, for instance, all trainings and travels were canceled, and there's no way that could have been known before. And the way our service model worked, that had to change suddenly. And so, of course, we're going to have changes from second to interim to third interim, and we're going to continue to have those changes. But I have to say that Sac City's changes were very tight, and they weren't out of line at all. So, and knowing that, I am going to talk to you about the emergency loan, because with information that, based on what we have today and with complete certainty, I can tell you this information will change. So, but we're working with what we have right now. So first of all, the May revise had extremely high cuts, which we've discussed, and school districts are expected to work miracles and do more services than they've ever had to performed before, and yet the cuts are the largest I've ever seen. And so there does seem to be a disconnect between the services we need to provide and the amount of money we're getting to do that. So I do hope that in the summer, when we have a better idea of what the budget's going to look like, I hope that there is some reevaluation, and I hope that it doesn't look as bad as it does now. We can be hopeful. The other thing that came with May Revise was that it brought the deferrals. And I know Rose talked about that in detail, but I need to even give it a little more detail to put it in the context of the timing of the emergency loan. So in 2021, part or all of your April, May, and June apportionments have been delayed, and you'll receive it in July of 21. So what does that mean to Sac City? Well, based on that 5% cut scenario, it moves your the date that you run out of cash into the 2021 year. And that's when you would need an emergency loan. So it's moved the date forward. If we look at cash based on what we know today, it's looking like April, which is less than a year from now, that you would run out of cash. Now, the thing that the board needs to think about and realize that they're not going to be like most of the other school districts in the state is that before there was a May Revise and before there was a pandemic, the district already had a structural deficit that already existed. And that situation is now worsened by the May Revise cuts and also the May Revise deferrals. And so when you hear that other districts are going to implement cash flow borrowings to deal with the deferral, it might be something like a tax revenue anticipation note or some kind of borrowing like that. They have those opportunities to help them get through these deferral situations. That's not an option that will most likely be available to this district. And the reason it wouldn't be available is that the county superintendent, as part of his job, he has to look at the debt that school districts who don't have approved budgets or who don't have positive budgets, he has to look at any debt that they want to get and make sure they can pay it off. And if they can't pay it off, he has to make sure that that debt does not ever occur. So when you look at the scenario that's before you tonight, the deferrals are April, May, and June. And by the time that money gets here in July, you would have already had negative cash anyway. So there's no money in July to pay that loan off. So therefore, the county superintendent would not be able to sign off on such a loan. So it really does push your cash situation up before the deferrals. And so we're looking at April right now is what we're looking for. So what are the steps? Well, currently, FCMAT, they just recently have been called and they're starting to work with your district and they're coming in to confirm your budget numbers. They're looking at the district's budgets, cash flows, and your multi-year projections. Legislation will have to be written and to get the emergency loan, and that you have to allow about 6 months for that to go through the process. And then you also have to back up the 6 months based on, are the legislators in session and so forth. So we really have to start the process before that 6 months. So the county superintendent has already discussed this issue with Senator Pan to write the legislation. And right now it's looking like we are about 10 months out from needing that emergency loan. And so we are working towards that right now, and that we are starting that process. Do you have any questions?
We can't hear you, President Ryan.
I know what's going on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Tammy, we can take questions and then go to public comment and additional board member questions. I will just say, this is incredibly sobering and frankly very depressing. what you're talking about in terms of the process for a state loan, which essentially will push us into state receivership, is troubling to say the least. I would like to ask, I mean, you were saying this is potentially 10 months out. You were speaking of this as if it's a done deal. Are there steps that the district can take to ensure that we are not forced into the situation of triggering a state loan and state receivership?
Yes, it is not too late. The district can still make cuts in time to put off or maybe completely eliminate the need for a state loan. And then hopefully there would be some more federal money or something like that that would help come in and fill in any gaps that there might be. But it certainly what you get from the federal government isn't going to be enough to solve this problem. It might push it out a few months, but it's not going to solve the problem. So you really do need to be able to make the cuts. Certainly start with the 27 million you know about, and then add on the amounts that you'll get next month when you get your adopted budget. You'll have a new number to shoot for with the cuts from the May revise.
And Tammy, given the truncated timeline that we are now working with as a result of these very, I would say, challenging May revised numbers that are before us, and the fact that we have very little room, as was just articulated by Rose, in the $30 million of reductions and saving adjustments that were already made, the bulk of our cuts, as documented by the state auditor and others, seem to have to come from negotiated savings. So my question to you is, what is our timeline to be able to arrive at the negotiated savings necessary to prevent us from being pushed over the fiscal cliff?
So you have enough time till you run out of cash. The state administrator doesn't, or actually it's a county administrator now, but the administrator doesn't get assigned until the loan is funded. So you have a short period of time to make these cuts and get them implemented in time to avoid this. But once the loan is funded, all bets are off. So you have up to the time you get the loan.
Thank you. Are there other board member questions on this item before we go to public comment and return to questions on the full presentation? Board Member Garcia.
So I had a question about the tools that are available for school districts, including the exemption from deferrals for hardship reasons. So I'm wondering why this would not be a tool that Sac City Unified would use in order to get those the payments on time, as opposed to being a district that would be deferred, because it's obvious that I would think it would qualify under hardship. So is that something that the district could use?
So, and I'm going through my papers right now, and maybe Leilani can, but was the flexibility for this year or next year? Remind me of that.
So that is a flexibility that's proposed at this point in trailer bill language. I did pull it up, and the flexibility that I see in the trailer bill language, it would be for 2021 fiscal year, that deferral. I don't see, and I can look through it more closely, but I don't see that flexibility available for 1920. So in addition to it still having to go through the budget process to make sure that flexibility is in place, and 1920 could be something added in between now and when the trailer bill is adopted. But as currently written, the criteria for determining what qualifies the school for the exemption from the deferral, that's also something that would need to be included or negotiated as part of the budget process.
So let's say that a scenario exists where you are able to use the flexibility and you're able to use it for the entire deferral, then instead of April, the way the cash flow looks now, you would be July.
In terms of running out of money? So I guess I just didn't follow that.
Yes, in terms of running out of cash.
Okay, so then we would still be looking at running out of cash, going into receivership and getting an emergency loan next year, whether it's in April or whether it's in July, absent any reductions.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to wrap up the presentation, go to public comment, and then we'll return to board member questions on the full presentation. Was that the last slide?
This is the last slide here.
Yes.
Ramos, yeah.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay. So we will return to board member questions and comments. If you can please raise your hand and indicate if you have questions on the presentation. Okay. Looks like we don't have any board member, board member Garcia, board member Morawski.
Yeah, so going to slide 16, the 57 million in deficit. I don't see the slides up. So, Rose, I'm wondering if that number includes the STRS and PERS savings, projected savings, the 6 million and 5.6 million.
It does not. It does not, Member Garcia. It doesn't include I'm looking for the slide. It doesn't include the STRS and PERS. We didn't have the details on that yet. Mm-hmm. And it does not include also, well, this one is a little trickier to try to figure out or calculate, any potential additional federal relief. We just didn't have enough details to figure that out. We're hoping that something will come before we wrap up the budget, the proposed budget for the 2021. And then, and any other, any other relief that the state may decide to implement before our budget is brought to you in June. Before it's brought to you in June.
Okay, so I mean, I realize that there's still going to be a deficit. I mean, we're already starting with one but it could be as high as 57, but it could be less.
Could be. That's why we figured that the negative 5% was a good ballpark.
Okay. Okay, and then I'm wondering in the local relief measures slide, that's slide 13. I'm looking at the first four measures, and we already talked about the exemption from deferrals for hardship and how that is something that the district may not benefit from. I'm wondering if there are other opportunities, specifically in the interfund borrowing, if that's something that can also be, helpful. Perhaps not long term, but I mean on a short term basis.
Yeah, typically the way these work, and I'll let Tammy and Terry also chime in if there's something else on the table that I'm unaware of, but it's just like a short-term loan. You still have to pay it back. It's obviously, it says borrowing, and it has to be paid back generally within the same fiscal year. So yeah, districts do this sometimes instead of issuing a TRAN because they save on the loan cost of a TRAN. But yeah, so I'm not sure how this would help the district. If anything, it would just like buy us time. But if we had like another source that maybe was going to materialize in 6 months and we just needed a bridge to kind of get us there until some ongoing revenue or some ongoing reduction was going to kick in. But yeah, so I'm not sure. This sounds like it's going to increase the limits because there are limits. That's what this is going to do. Is that right, Lila? Okay.
Yeah, from 75 to 85%.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think just moving forward, it would be really helpful to understand sort of the net impact. So what's that target number and understanding how much of it is ongoing. You know, how much of that number that we have to focus on, we have to address with ongoing savings versus one time, because we are poised to get, you know, quite a bit, but it's all one-time dollars. So that's not going to solve the problem. And I get that. And then also I'm interested in learning more about, before a budget comes to us, actual proposals in terms of reductions and what that looks like, because we have very little room to, or very few options for reductions beyond what we've already done, right? And we've already approved. So, and especially as they impact programs. And then I did see that some of the salary reductions, just having enough time to process that information prior to having to vote on it. So I don't know what that looks like between now and adopting a budget in June. And I get that the budget in June is going to be based on a guesstimate from state funds, or the state budget. They're going to come back and revise their budget sometime in August. So I'm mindful of that, but I at the very least want to have more information rather than less, and with plenty of time prior to voting on a budget.
Okay.
Member Morowski?
Thank you. This is a really hard presentation. We're in a very, very bad place here. The risk of insolvency is much closer than it was, very recently. We thought we had more time to work on our problems, and because the timeline has dragged on and we haven't found ongoing solutions, we're in a very bad place from a fiscal perspective. I guess I have a couple different questions. Have you, maybe this question is for Tammy or for Rose, have you seen trigger language like in district budgets or contracts that, if this thing happens, then these reductions are made, or if this thing happens, then these are restored? Or
Yes, I have, and I'm sure probably Tammy has. Some districts have what's called a fair share model, and with a trombone clause where, you share in surplus, and there's, the formulas can get as complicated as they can get. And then in those years where you have reductions, there's also a sharing of the reductions. Actually, one of our one district that has a really good model is Los Rios Community College. If you look in their Appendix A for all their collective bargaining agreements, they have an excellent model in there that speaks to the fair share and the trombone clause, which does that exactly, Member Borowski.
So it sort of adjusts things on an automatic basis.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I guess another thing I would just point out, just since it's rolling around in my head, that the 2019-20 budget the deficit number is quite a bit lower because we already did make significant reductions. And without those reductions, we would have been in a much, much worse place. So I think we also need to, kind of remember where we've been, and to put that in perspective too. So given the timeline and the risk involved, unfortunately, this is something where if a negotiated solution's not forthcoming, that puts us in a very difficult place of having to make some very, I wouldn't even call them like tough decisions. I mean, they are tough decisions. They would be tough, but they'd be like catastrophic like extremely destructive to children, to our district, to our community, to our families. Like, I mean, the cuts that we're talking about having to make to stave off state receivership in the situation we're in now, without any additional, federal revenue, or I don't see a lot of hope for additional state revenue forthcoming. And the 4.4 billion, that seems very unrealistic that we'd be able to spend it by December 2020. So I don't know, I don't know how to process all that. But I guess I would like to see what's the number, what's our target number, and it's going to be wrong because we don't really know, but what's our target number and what's the plan to get there? That's our fiduciary responsibility to our community. What's the target number? What do we need to close, and what's the plan? Not to close our deficit in 1 year, because that's not realistic given the size of the deficit, but how do we get through, think about it as a 2-year plan, and what kind of catastrophic things do we need to do to avoid insolvency? I mean, that's basically where we're at right now, given what we know. So, I guess this is more to Rose. What's the plan to provide that information of just, what target number are we working with? What are the cuts? How much do they add up to? What's actually realistic? I mean, some of the cuts, that were explored last year ended up being things that were only funded with restricted funds. And I know there's some flexibility in there if you can do funds shifts or things like that. But I mean, that's where we're at. I think we need to be honest. We're staring off the cliff. So.
Yeah, we'll have a better number for you on the deficit actually as we develop the budget and we start to comb through all the May revised details and see which ones do apply to us, because it's important that we take the credits too. It's easy to apply the reductions, but we know that there's some credits in there that we need to make sure we include. And so that'll be coming to you soon. And as far as additional reductions are concerned, we prepared the typical list that you see in many school districts, right? They're all doing that right now. But there's just so much little room elsewhere. It's the bulk of it is pretty much in salaries and benefits. But we can certainly go through that exercise and trying to comb through anything else that may be there.
I know the bulk is in salaries and benefits, but that's not something that, unless we have a negotiated agreement or the ability to do that, that's not something that we can use to solve our deficit problem. So, right? If that's not forthcoming, then what's left? The 7% of 6 point something percent that's not salaries and benefits. What is that? What are the dollars associated with it, and can it actually be cut?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think those are the conversations that we need to be having, right? I mean, unless I'm misreading this, or what would you say, Tammy? I mean, to avoid insolvency.
I would say you're hitting the nail on the head, that those are the conversations you need to have. I think Rose will have that for you in June. She'll have the number and what you're seeing. I mean, look, Sac City has a much more difficult issue than other school districts, but what you're seeing the other school districts do is they're going to have to make horrible cuts. And the hardest part is we don't even know what school's going to look like when we open school in September. Yeah. So, which is why the districts that do have reserves will fare better, because they have more time to plan. You don't have time to plan. And so you're going to have to go make cuts. And where are you going to cut? You still have to turn the lights on. You probably need more custodians than you ever needed before because of cleaning and stuff. So it's going to be a difficult time trying to find places to cut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's why we need to know what our options are.
Board Member Minnick?
I guess my memory from last year when we had this conversation, and then 6 months ago and 3 months ago or whatever it was, is that we have essentially cut everything that we can that's not negotiable. So I think to Member Morawski's question is, what are the other options? I think the other option, other than those negotiable items, is receivership. That is the other option. Because what we heard from Superintendent Gordon a few months back was anything else that we cut is going to make it impossible for us to function as a district and do the work that we are responsible for doing. So it seems to me that there isn't a list of other things to cut. Those other things are the things that allow us to be a school district. So I think it's the negotiable stuff, or we get that loan from the state. I think those are the options. Is that fair to say, Rose, or am I being extra gloomy?
No, I think that is pretty fair. I mean, certainly there might be little pockets here and there, but nothing substantial enough to resolve a 27 million plus. I mean, now we're looking at 50 million plus deficit. Yeah, I mean, we could probably scrape together, I'm going to just, a couple million here and there, but nothing that significant.
Okay, that's.
I have to.
I didn't want to think. I like to think that that's not true, but that's how I've read this whole process, and I don't want us to, fool ourselves into thinking that we have some sort of control over things that we can still have, a say in when there just aren't. Those things don't exist.
Well, and I think the point is well taken, and Tammy has said this in the past, as has Superintendent Gordon, that because we have had a salary and benefit structure that eats up the lion's share of our budget, 91 cents on every dollar, much more than other districts in the region, our choices in a difficult recession are very different than district choices that have healthy reserves, that have had the ability to invest at a higher level in programs and enrichment. So their cuts, while painful, are just far less painful. And at the end of the day, we're talking about the trade-offs are such that we cut to the quick and we still don't come close to the target we need to meet to avoid receivership. And I think, to Member Morawski's point, and this I think is very important, I think we have to have a clear target number. I think we have to have a set of scenarios. I think we should be using the state auditor's guide for those scenarios, because the state auditor said there are very few places to cut outside of these buckets that they identified in their model template that they shared with us. And how do we build out those scenarios so that we get to the number we will need that is now deeper than the number that they had analyzed for to be able to avoid receivership? I will say, last week was one of the darkest weeks that I've experienced in a very long time. And it was because I was grappling with the reality that we made $30 million of painful cuts and budget adjustments that allowed us to avoid going off the fiscal cliff. And we did that in a way that had the least amount of harm to our students. And we did that in a way that allowed us to tackle everything we could outside of negotiated savings. And now that work is almost for naught, because we're starting back at square one with very few options. And, I think I said last year, and I felt this burden heavily, that with the $30 million of cuts and reductions, we essentially had a stay of execution, but we were still on death row. Well, now we're on death row and our number has been called. And so, how are we going to meet that head on? It is very frustrating to me that in the face of a global pandemic, there are still narratives that are floating around that we may be in a financial crisis. We may be was the word that was used tonight. I remember in 2017 when we were told that we were in the best fiscal position in Sac City Unified's history, despite the fact that audit after audit said otherwise. And so my question now is, what do we do that truly puts students at the center of our decision making? How do we have the courage to take action to avoid receivership, to avoid going over that fiscal cliff, and to not take the easy route out, which is cutting to the quick the very few programs we have that actually provide that enrichment, that support, that continuity that is so desperately needed for the most vulnerable populations in our district. Board Member Pritchett, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, President Ryan. And I agree with Member Morosky. We do need to have that target number so we know where we stand. It's unfortunate that we are having this discussion, and it brings me back to 2013 when we were having similar discussions. Member Wu can probably remember as well. And it was unfortunate because we proposed to close 11 schools. And those little pockets that Rose is talking about are going to be direct cuts to our students. That's where we're headed.
Do we have any other board member questions?
President Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to take a vote to extend the clock to 11:15.
I'll move to extend to 11:15.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So it looks like we don't have any other board member comments or questions. We had a very good, Board Member Wu. Yeah.
I think at the same time, we have to start talking about what we're going to negotiate. We're going to negotiate with our bargaining partners. You know, healthcare cuts and things like that have to be on the table, and we have to face that.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Wu. I try to be an optimist, but I will tell you that the gravity of the fiscal predicament that we are in weighs heavily on me, because at the end of the day, I know most of us on this board are parents with children in the district. And so we're going to feel the effect of our budget decisions for years to come. And frankly, when I think about this idea of a pandemic generation, a generation of students who are traumatized by this experience, who have learning loss, and then bear the brunt of painful cuts that we will be called to make in the coming weeks and months, it's overwhelming, to say the least. I do know that we can find a path forward, but the path forward has to rely upon a realistic target and a set of negotiated savings that will minimize the harm to our children. And that has to be our goal.
President Ryan.
Yes, Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Just wanted to comment, particularly based on board member feedback. We, of course, will get right to preparing budget. I do want to commend the staff for all the work to prepare for the third interim report. But I too feel like we were here a year ago in which the board asked us to provide potential Plan Bs, if you remember, where we presented each of the programs that we could potentially cut with exact amounts of dollars that each program represented, where we were asked to conduct an analysis of what the impact could be potentially if we made cuts to, say, the GATE program, or we eliminated specialty programs, or we eliminated programs in which we were putting from our general funds to sustain those programs as well. In that regard, we're in the same exact place that we could probably just take out our notes again and say, here's what we think would happen if we eliminated our specialty programs, which cost this much money, if we eliminated our athletic programs, which would cost this money, and here's the impact that we discussed last year that would have in enrollment, for example. And so none of that has changed. We're in the same exact situation that Member Minnick just described. The question here is whether we are going to lean in and accept that these are data that have been reviewed, that we should rely on the expertise of our chief business officer in Ms. Ramos. And in that regard, just because Superintendent Gordon and his team are still on the line, can you just describe to our board and to our community whether there's, what is your role now that we've submitted, if you can just remind us of your role now that we've submitted our third interim, and that you continue to partner with us in reviewing the information as well.
Ms. Ramos?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was for
Or Ms.
Scotia.
Sanchez.
Or Ms.
Yeah.
Sanchez?
Yeah.
Oh, you, okay. I wasn't sure if Dave was still on or.
Yeah, I'm still on. Well, our role really hasn't changed at all. Our role is to try to help you move toward what's been mentioned, which is a solution to get out of this hole. And I think one of the things that, to be honest, is impeding you is I think to have a collaborative relationship with your labor partners, you have to be on the same page for what you're trying to strive for. And I think if what you're trying to strive for is stability in your budget, and you've spoken of that in many different ways tonight, a healthy reserve, a system by which you're eliminating deficit spending, a system in which you're able to plan from year to year rather than lurching from interim report to interim report to the end of the year. And I think if you're not on the same page in what you're seeking and what you're striving for, that's a problem that you're going to have to recognize and deal with, because I think at the top of the meeting, the public comments that were read were going back in time and recounting situations which have long since been either corrected or resolved in some way. And where we sit now is you're in trouble. FCMAT has said you're in trouble. The state auditor has said you're in trouble. And we could pluck little quotations out of any of their writings or spoken words and say, well, there really isn't a problem, but there is a problem. And I think unless and until everybody who's involved and responsible for doing what President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar just talked about, delivering a full service, a full suite of high quality services to every child in the district, it's going to continue to be a struggle, because that will take a healthy organization where all of the leaders in the organization are on the same page with what they're doing and how they perceive the way the budget should help or hinder reaching that goal. So we're here to stay alongside you and keep helping you verify the numbers and see what your options are. But again, I think it's the collective will of everybody involved in the organization that's going to make it happen.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Looks like we are at the end of our comments and questions on this item. This was an information-only item. Obviously, this will be the source of much of our discussion in the coming weeks and months, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that we're keeping our public informed. We're in the process of trying to put in place a couple different formats of town halls to do a deeper dive into the budget decisions that we have before us, and we'll let you know once those details are solidified. Item 11.0, consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The motion carries. Sorry,
Yeah.
roll call vote again since we're on Zoom.
Yeah. I would request a roll call vote.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do that, Mr. Behrens. Thank you for the reminder.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Member Moravsky.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Here. Yes.
President Ryan.
Aye. Item 12.0, Business and Financial Information Reports, Received Reports. 12.1, Purchase Order Report for the period of March 15th through April 14th, 2020. Do we have any public comment on that item? No. Item 13.0, Future Board Meeting Dates and Locations. Our next board meeting will be held on June 18th, 4:30 closed session, 6 p.m. open session. We're anticipating that we will be continuing our virtual board meetings at least through the month of June. Thank you again for bearing with us this evening throughout the technical difficulties, and for the board, all being so mindful of time and asking such excellent questions. And finally, to our staff, and in particular our classified champions and certificated champions tonight, we honor you and we're so grateful for your continued love and dedication to the students throughout this district. With that, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
We don't need a roll call for this, I assume. All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Stay safe and healthy.